beautiful coins. And again, happy 4th of July. Yep, happy 4th, V.S. Hughes. Everybody joining. Hope you're doing well, Sean. Ours to right, Raslumi, Sapachi. A lot of friendly old faces, Acor. And we have so many coins today that I think there's no excuse but to just get right into things. And so I'm debating what the best start is going to be here. Maybe, well, we have a good old Antoninianus could be our way into this show. I totally messed up the start prices, so you have to bear with me. We'll dollar start this first one. It's a nice zoo-type Antoninianus, but yeah, on the start prices, basically there's a length function that I can click that helps me. Whatnot used to let me upload 150 characters, so all my descriptions are nice and long. They have what's on the reverse and everything. And again, this is Gallienus 253 to 268. We have what looks like a stag of some sort with a horn. Very interesting. A Roman Gallic period Antoninianus, and pretty good detail on the front of it. Again, though the top of the coin maybe is a little bit weaker. Oh no, man, I'm really all over the place here, but I'd never done that one before. So nice win for Mark, and there's a couple other similar ones from that time period. Let me grab the coin that just fell was a 5 kopeck, so I'll have to run that one not too long from now. We can do one of these other ones. This one is going to be, looks like a Victorinus. That one's actually quite nice. A little green speck on the back. We'll do a dollar start and a 20-second sudden death this time, just out of interest of time. Has Providentia on the reverse, a little bit of incrustation, and a fantastic, this would have been a Emperor in a usurping empire, Victorinus from 269, just 271 AD. Again, sudden death, ending shortly, currently at $3. So, whoa, I think Paper Boy, nice win. Haven't sold those in that range, and I think a successful outcome on your front. Very, very nice. Let's see what I can pull here quickly to run. There's a couple. We could do some 4th of July mixed lots. Just keep me up. Condor tokens, Gabe. Yep, I uploaded some specially for you, and I just, again, bought more, so I'm hoping that they ship soon. Let's do a... Oh, this actually looks like there's some good ones in here. I was pretty positive. I looked at it earlier that it wasn't active BD, but I could be wrong, but I really don't think so. This one includes a 1877 10 centésimos from Uruguay, a half mark, and a bunch of other interesting world silver. And so totally makes sense, Mark, though, in terms of if there were concerns on that front. We'll do maybe one more of these. This one also looks like it has some interesting coins, some nice German silver. TV Armstrong, DJSC, good to see you. Duchess. Oh yeah, we got to get the Condors. There's a 6-pence from 1883 in here and half marks from 1905. Both of those are relatively interesting, but again, sterling of Queen Victoria, and then the last one, also a nice Wilhelmina earlier in 1928 in pretty good shape. The bent bar money, I paid $80 for those, and so I'm aiming to sell those for about 99. And so that's kind of what I'm aiming for. Nice win for Matthew there, and we have a lot of world silver, and our goal is to sell a bunch of stuff today, and so not that that's that we normally don't. This one, that one is, I would say, one of the nicer ones, but I can show you the 3. They're each kind of unique. This one maybe has the stronger punch. This is the longest one, and this one is like in between. And so these ones, again, paid $90 looking for, or excuse me, I paid 80. I'm looking for 99. They're pretty challenging for me to find. Very nice looking item from about 600 to 300 BC. Quite popular in the past. It's tough for me to find them, but I was able to talk to a very legendary classic dealer domestically and pick some of these up. So nice win for, I bought 3 of them. Nice one for Mark. I think he has like 3 more in his inventory if I end up selling through the other ones. So let me know if you're interested. Yeah, pumped about getting you that one. Let's do a Condor token, though I don't want to run out of Condor tokens right away. And let's see, this one is going to be 35. It's not a $90 start price. You know, that would be crazy. We'll stick with 19. We also have some, yeah, totally. I need to learn more about them, but they're basically Indian, though ancient India that could have stretched up to like some of the Pakistan and Central Asia area. This one, nice Liverpool halfpenny. Braves jab, that sounds good to me. That sounds good to me. Gabe Dot would not be surprised if this one, moves up a little bit. You have the smaller Taxilla coin, same design. Yeah, we did bring a couple of those as well. Nice old Taxilla coins, and those I think are modern day Pakistan. I want to say the 1/8 Satamana. Gabe Dot gonna win that one. Let's see. I said I would do this one. And then we can do a couple of and just as a heads up for everybody, new joiner, I totally messed up the uploads here. So there's going to be, we'll just do a dollar start here. Very nice. E pluribus unum. This one actually looks really nice. Not 1 cent tribute, millions for defense. Basically, it's like a Condor token, except in America. We were short on pennies, and so we had struck these. Originally, we would have been using colonial currency, but at this point, I think it was like around Andrew Jackson, there was the Panic of 1837 or so, and eventually we do that again with Civil War tokens. But the Condors were in Britain in the 1790s and again in the 1810s. We had the small change issues here in America. And I think that one, that's an attractive pickup there. Those would have been the earliest equivalent here in the States. We also have this 1/8 Satamana coin, very nice ancient Taxilla kind of India area. And I could see these ones bidding up a decent bit as well, but beautiful, again, ancient Indian. Thomas Paine Condors, not that I'm aware of Cons coins. I don't want to, I might have them. I'm not familiar with Thomas Paine Condors as well, so I may be like not getting it, or like not fully understanding your question. So I just want to be careful there, not that I mislead you either. This one, again, crazy start price that I apologize for. Sudden death, this one. These are Tokugawa Shogunate Japanese Tenpo Tsuho. Yeah, sounds good. I can run another Taxilla, sure. And for older ancient coins, I often don't know the purity. So I would broadly classify things as either being, and that one currently is going to go to Biblio Nerd. We'll do one more of the Tenpo Tsuho, and then we'll do another. I often don't know. What I'll really try to select on is this coin silver, billion, or kind of bronze? Oh, this one looks really nice. Tiny little green speck, but very nice looking. And then we'll do some of the Taxilla types as well. The next Taxilla that I have is a little lower grade. And what is that AD 3801? Nice one for Biblio Nerd. This one is going to be, I'd do this one about 17 bucks. Trajan denarius brushed. Sounds good. Again, another Taxilla. Any a little better? The next one looks really solid. I think this one would be good if somebody's looking on more of a budget. You can see, you can still clearly see the punch marks, but these things are often worn as like so. Let me just pull the Trajan. Where did I put the Trajan now? Come on. This one I could see this one getting bids, and it's certainly not a 54 start. I think that's, you can definitely see the punch a bit clearer. Again, ancient Indian, approximately 500 to 300 BC, 450 to 300 BC. Oh, lotus flower, that makes sense. Yeah, very nice ancient Indian silver. And so that one is going to go at that 19 level. Let's see what else. This one was requested, and then we're going to try to get the Bang and Flips and the Mark Peterson requests. Let's see, this one we can do a $1 start. This is a celluloid starch, a New Haven, Connecticut merchant token from 1890. Present this checkout to your grocery. Get 1 package celluloid starch free for 2, or 2 for 10 cents. Maybe getting people in the door. Very interesting. And we have, again, fantastic metals today. We also have 2 more of the bent bars. We're first going to run the Trajan, and then we're going to look at the Bang and Flips request AD 09, 10, 14. Yeah, it looks like if whatnot would, it looks like just a coast. The thing is, you can do an NGC cert lookup. I'm not sure exactly. It might be like Mars holding Liberty. I want to say that if it was like 159, this is where I would want to start this coin. And Brave Jeb says the payment didn't go through. I'm not worried. Carl Guts. Let me look a medal of his. I'm not sure if I have Getz medals, but we do have some really nice metallic style medals. Prater Shane currently in on this one at 159. And that one will go to Praetor. We could do a couple, I have this one here. There's a couple nice medals that we could run. I also would be open to offering, we have some of the earlier denarii. So this one is going to be a Hadrian coin, 55 start, NGC genuine. And it looks like PIE, that should be Pietas on the reverse, and Hadrian on the obverse, of course. One of the 5 good emperors, nice win. We also have an Antoninus Pius. Then we'll get this one looks quite nice, I would say. It's got Aequitas on the reverse, holding the scales of justice. And Antonine, Og, Dios, Divus, and so forth. I'm not sure exactly all of the wording, but very clear shape. And if there's more interest there, we can run some. This is a silver Pfennig of the, maybe we'll sudden death this one, of the Kingdom of Bohemia that we'd start for 10. The back is quite worn. The front is pretty clear. You can see a little like lion or bear along the front in a nice way. 91, 02, 14. Nice one for Bang and Flips. Here's not an 82 start, but a 27 start. Nice 1781 5 Kopek coin. Really, really good looking, actually, specifically. Footy Dad going to jump in as well. But a nice group of 5 Kopek side purchased. Nice one for Footy Dad. Right here we've got, let's see, 27, 1780. Also in great shape. Love these hockey puck coins. And then keep letting me know what you're interested in having me run. That one may go for the start of 27. Congrats. I want to show shortly some of the, this one's earlier. This is Elizabeth Petrovna, so the ruler before Catherine the Great, all the way back to the 1750s, 1758. R.S. Wright, let me pull that coin. I was thinking of you when I, and no pressure to buy it, but when I'd inventoried that group. That one's pretty, oh shoot, are these denarii? I think this is a quinarius, not a denarius. Just as a heads up. Copper jetons, we should have a couple of them. Type in AE jeton and let me know what you see. But let me just correct all of these. I think it's just 2, but this one is definitely a quinarius and not a denarius. Um, Now the pricing will be lower as a result, but it's like a half denarius denomination. Um, and let me fix the other one as well. We'd start these for 49, 48. The flip is going to be wrong. I did not inventory these. My very wonderful, not Alex, but somebody else that's been doing some remote work must have missed the denomination changes. A quinarius coin, so a half denarius of the Roman Republic in around 97 BC. Actually, pretty good detail. You can see the E, G, N all along the side. You can see Roma, head of Apollo, and I could see this one. No reason that the quinary wouldn't bid up, but they're definitely sought after and interesting. The other one that I have. Okay, I feel bad. I did not remember this. The other one that I have, I just pulled, is in really good shape. Um, we're going to start that one for 59, just to be fair, but I could see this one bidding, a couple bids up from there. Sorry about that. I should have looked at both. Trump, let me pull that. Thanks for using that function, by the way. It is so helpful. I still need to put together like a guide for my website that explains to people how to navigate the Treasure Town Whatnot sales. Though maybe some people will be upset because right now, if you know how to navigate them, you can often run them well. And there's also some interesting jetons. This is a nice, it's pretty worn, so we'll start it for 15 bucks instead of the higher what we'd normally sell. But 1601 Subducendis Rationibus, and then a nice Henry the Fourth and that Republican denarius. So let's snag it quickly. 20. Oh, you know what, Mark? I meant to take AD 20-22 out of the sale because I wasn't sure if I wanted to send those ones into grading. They were pretty nice looking, and it was just those 2. I think I accidentally carried them over. Let's see. So I'm sorry for that, but let's do a different Republican denarius instead. What's this one? 16. You're going to be upset at me. This one is probably more like a 99 start, but I think it looks really nice, and I'll give it 30 seconds. I think it could have the demand there. It's a really solid Marcius Porcius Laeca. Very elegant head of Roma on the front of it as well, with some faint undertoning. And I love, actually, you can see Roma in really small lettering above the head, which is pretty sweet, I would say. But very beautiful Roman Republican denarius. Any Greek? I think maybe there's like 1 or 2 Greek coins I have, but probably a little less on the Greek front. This one, by the way, super interesting type, but its patina is not the best, so we're going to start it for $69. It has a really cool horse on the reverse, and LEP. It's like standing on what look like arches or an aqueduct. Looks like also maybe a little banker's mark on the bottom there, but a Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. Again, with the horse very prominent there. What are some other potential offers? I could run one more of the bent bars. Obviously, it was popular the first time we ran it. When we ran the other one, I have this and one other. We had $99 start. A Gandara Shatamana. Really fascinating. Punch on either end. and it really reminds me of it's similar to like the Taxila Satamana. Biblio Nerd will win that item. Super interesting. Again, type. We also, I haven't, these are like pretty nice, so I'm a little nervous to run them, but also what if we just ran one at $1 start? These are, I have a group of porcelain medals in, and this is a Dresden post World War One kind of Weimar Republic era, and this is a large medal. Compared to the 5 Kopeck, it's about the same size. Beautiful porcelain type. It says Wiederaufbau. Die Tat ist alles. It refers to Dresden with beautiful swords crossing. And on this side, 20 marks. Verein der Hotelbesitzer von Dresden und Umgebung. Bigfoot stacker. That's awesome. I don't have any Bigfoot coins unless you're looking for wild ancients, and that would satisfy that requirement. But I don't think I have anything directly for you. And we can do one more. This is a really interesting, has a lot of Christian themes. We probably want to start it at around 24 and hopefully bid up a decent bit from there. But very interesting with the crosses on either end. My German isn't too shabby. Could be, but I'd love it if it was better. But my Oma and Opa would be quite happy. Meissen, and it talks about something related to the church Kirche. So interesting, though, I would say. I also may pull out one of the. I feel like the German medallic style is just so cool, but like right here, we've got this awesome Weimar Republic white porcelain. This one is from Lobau. 700 Jahre Stadt, 700 years of the state of Lobau from 1221 to 1921. Again, beautiful. I love the castle, but like, isn't the medallic, excellence of the German engravers? We'll do maybe one more of these after, and then I feel like we should pivot, and I can come back to them if people. I tried to also get a bunch of different types. This one has a beautiful sports themed one, but it's an interesting time in Germany because there's a ton of destruction after World War One. I know, like, one of my, I think, great grandfathers, is that right? Maybe great great grandfathers passed away in World War One. He was in Prussia, so and another one. I have a Christian faith, but another one I think renounced his faith after seeing just all the destruction and death, which I think is sad, but in World War One. The other colors, we could do one. I have these ones. I could see bidding up even a little higher. I'm not going to start them at a different price, but we have a couple that have like some colorization or enameling. Mexico and Latin America, I think we have some. Let me look. We definitely have Mexican colonial, El Cazador type, starting at about 54. Don't drop it. Exactly. This one talks about the Neptune rowers. Let me think. I do have one coin that has some beautiful gilding, and that might be what you're looking for. I could see this one going crazy. Also a Neptune Rowing Club example. Beautiful. I don't think there's any gold value, just so I really wouldn't want to mislead anybody here. But some extra, this was not by me that I put it on. So interesting, very interesting tokens. We also have some nicer, we're certainly not inexpensive. I think I paid about 20. Let me tell you exactly what I paid for them. But I got some medals in. Congrats to Gabe Da on beautiful Exonumia collection. That is my sense what you've been able to put together recently. Where is the medals though? Did I not upload these? I'm gonna be so sad if I didn't. Maybe I didn't. In fact, I'm gonna take a little bit of time to upload these. If I, in fact, didn't, WX58. No, it doesn't look like I put them in the sale. So I'm gonna do that, and instead of putting them in with a crazy price, I'll get the right price for everybody. Let's see. We will put this in here, 25. I think so. The price that I paid for the metals was $29.25, so break even around 32. And so that's what I'm just going to try to do because I hadn't done tons with metals in the past, and so that was my. I always am really just trying to like test out new types of coins and just bring people like give everybody the opportunity to full range to collect what they like. That is Weimar one. Was that one that you had just requested? 06. I think we had just sold that one, is my impression. Alexander or Athena, I don't think I've got today, unfortunately, but I can try to pull some for the future. This one does not have a date, but a beautiful French metal, very large, of Augustin Colonial. And we have a couple of different types, but this one is referencing the family of Roland. Oh, it says it's still in the auction. No Spanish gold escudos. Let's see if this one is, we'll try this one as well. I think this one's really pretty. Force and Courage. It has a lot of the kind of Beaux-Arts style, showing a cannon and war scene. Civis pacem para bellum. And it talks about pro patria, something probably for the country. And I'll be curious to see where this one bids too. Just going to stay at that price. It says it's still in the auction, so let me find where this 52. Oh, 50. Maybe it could be a smaller one here. Yes, sorry about that. This one isn't. This is a very interesting type. I was looking in the large one. It's colorized. It's the German fighting games type. No sudden death in 1922. Deutsche Kampfspiele. And then here it says Garmische Kartenkirchen. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but it has some very interesting colorization. When will we do some $1 starts? We can do some $1 starts kind of whenever. Would you like to have me do some $1 starts? 520504. Sure, that one is not the most inexpensive. Let's see, 52. Because there's a lot of world coins. I think Alex is going to come over, not right now, but he'll run a bunch of $1 starts not crazy long from now. The Zeppelin one I paid $28.86 for. I actually paid more than that for it, but I allocated some of the cost away from it. So this one would be like a 32 is the break even for me here. 1908 dated. It's like some kind of interesting Zeppelin metal. Very, very interesting and light coin. That's awesome, Michael. The half real El Cazador sounds good, Alex Bricks. We'll run it. Let's go snag the half reals from the El Cazador. We'll just do 2 of those, but then I'm going to try a couple of the... Oh, we see the Mexico. Sorry, Rob the Cobb. We also have some like expensive Mexico. Like we have a Conception Shipwreck coin for like $4.29 or something like that. No sudden death here on, again, an El Cazador half real. Really nice reverse. The front, you can see the 83 peeking out, which is pretty nice. So King Charles the Third, obviously shipwreck type, and quite interesting with a fantastic, you can see Mexico City Mint reverse there. And so what else could we run? We could try a Marcus Aurelius Denarius. No problem. Well, if you see, type in Mexico and tell me what you see. Here's a Marcus Aurelius Denarius, $74 start. On the reverse, we see, I think, something about maybe his 30th year emperor. That would make sense. Maybe 30th year, including his time as Caesar. Again, rarer ruler and more exciting ruler. Yeah, no, I think try to be reasonable around the price, but I also would hate to feel somebody felt they were forced to bid. And so here we have a nice looking Soldino. This is a little bit of a different type. Not at 88 though. This would be like a 39 start. Smaller Italian states coin, but in really nice shape. You can see a beautiful, kind of winged creature looking at us. And then the Doge, it's similar to the Grosso, but sold a lot of the Grosso, and I got in a really nice group of, and this is Andrea Contarini, shortly before Antonio Venero. Just very interesting world type. They're both great. I'm trying to do a little more with Shipwreck stuff myself these days, and so it's been fun to learn a little bit about them at least. Let's see. Maybe people were staying away earlier, but hopefully, when there was a little bit of that incrustation. This one's interesting because, and we can do maybe a $9 start sudden death. Pretty heavy flan, but you can tell that the reverse pax die is really worn, and then the front of this Tetricus Antonianus is really sharp and well struck up, and so I find that to be quite curious. Though maybe we will not see it do much. That makes a lot more sense to bid to the teens, because I always try to not start things too high. This one is a cool ruler. Tetricus II is normally more sought after. This one's a little crazier of a flan, but you have a nice priestly implements on the reverse, and then you can see Tet, and then there's no beard, so it's clear that it's Tetricus II. But he was going to be as Caesar underneath Tetricus I during that time period. And a good win at $9. I think that not so common to see. Let's see, we could do some older Indian types quickly here. Vietnamese. I also, I think for the first time, we have some of the Vima Tactos in stock. Nawanagar Docto. We'll do a couple of dollar start coins. A Tocha Shipwreck, no, but I can try to get some. Oh, totally, Michael. I have a little bit more clay, and do you want me to prep some more for tomorrow's sale? There's a bunch of different types, and I bought a small collection with a bunch of cool clay coins, basically. This one I will call out has a little bit of bronze disease on the back, but a nice. This is like ancient India, ancient Pakistan, Vima Tacto, Sodermagus tetradrachm in bronze. Very interesting style, really well struck up on the front. 55 to 105 AD, and very elegant ruler. Paperboy in the lead, and this one does not have any of the bronze disease. We'll do dollar start again. I could see this one should go a little higher than the prior. And Siege, let me snag that for you shortly. Again, very nice Vima Tacto Sodermagus, ancient kind of Indian style empire tetradrachm. Tiffany Ancients in the lead. That one will go to Tiffany. Let's see. And we've also got this one. I'll run it for 9, and then we'll get this Siege, and then we'll do a Condor token. This one has, again, very clear. It looks like mostly Karshoti lettering. And then AC32. We also could do a couple of the Condors, but 1007, that's a nice looking item. Right here, 1625. This is in great shape. Is it 16? Yeah, it is 1625. Dollar start again, Brian, been recommending those dollar starts, so gotta run that. Maybe we'll do that and maybe another one. Let's see what we have. We'll do the Condors after. Well, I hate to feel like I'm stringing you along, but I do want to run a couple of the nice knot gelds that I had prepped along with Alex. Nice win for Siege. We'll do one more of the. This one's also fantastic shape, 1621. And we'll do two Condor tokens to make up for it. 1621. Sig is the third, as you can clearly see. We also do have some nice Indo-Greek Hermaeus drams, which we haven't had in a long time. All right, good win for Gabe Daw on that front. We can do, let's see, a nice 20 Pfennig Notgeld from Nürnberg Fürth. Beautiful little scene there, Auf der Berg. A little over 100 years old, 20 Pfennig of the Strassenbahn. Great old German scene. That one will go to Emma Meal. And then this one is similar, but I tried to get a bunch of different types ready for us. Dollar start on this one. Already gone over budget. I try to be bad for people's budgets, but if they had bought the coins from somewhere else, they would have had to pay more, kind of a way. Parthian Emma Meal. I don't think I have any Parthian today. Unfortunately, sold a bunch off, and then we'll do this, and then we've got those Condors to run. We could do a couple of Vimatactos. We could do a couple Bactrian types. Germanisches Museum. Again, beautiful, reflective 20 Pfennig token. Currently only at $2, $4. Great pickup for B.S. Hughes, and we'll then pivot to hit some of the Condors. This one is a nice Irish Kronbane halfpenny. This one's looking nice, so I could see this one going higher. Kronbane halfpenny, and we've got a bunch more Condors coming in. Associated Irish Miners Arms. Bit of a scratch there on the back, but nice looking. Very good level of detail. And Gabe is going to be the only one to scoop that one. Let's see, this one is a Chichester. It's worn, but it has Elizabeth on the front. It looks like, yeah, Elizabeth I. So Chichester, halfpenny. But you have a clear view of Queen Elizabeth I, who would have reigned about, 200 years prior to 1794? Very interesting. And the Bactrian, that's prior to the Kushan. This would not be a 95 start, but more like a 43 start. Very interesting. Hermaeus Soter was one of the better known rulers there. You have the Karshoti on the reverse, and Hermaeus' bust on the front. Very nice coin. And then right here, we could do maybe another of the Vimas. This one's nice looking. Start this one for 12, but no sudden death. Could see it going higher. Very nice obverse and reverse. Tiffany will be the first bidder. And not going to extend beyond there. Congrats. Let's see what some of the other we'll do. I haven't done many of the, well, there's a bunch of possible options. We could do more of the porcelain while we're on it. We could do some of the French metals. This one is a nice Neptune Rowing Club, 1922, full disc, large porcelain kind of metal and not geld, and shows again the rowers. Really beautiful style from Meissen. And maybe not there. Brianna Lay, let's check out what that coin is. Oh, that one's a real expensive coin. Maybe we'll warm up with some of the, not to say that we can't sell it, but this one is a 1825 3 pence in really nice shape, and I would predict that it would bid up pretty nicely from $1 start, and if it doesn't, I guess I can complain a bunch. But King George the Fourth, really nice. Oh, that one's a good one, B.S. Hughes. I think. Let me just double check. It's got a very intricate design. I paid a couple multiples of the current on it, but a fantastic, nice looking 3 pence from 1823, real solid type. I was in the high 20s, and so we'll see if it bids higher or stays. Tila Bonte, let's see what that coin is. I think still likely some room to run here. Perhaps not. Milky Fresh or MKY Fresh. Blank Dime Roosevelt Air, and then we'll do, so a little weaker on, says, oh, oops. This dime I paid, I think, $7. We're going to start it for $9. This is a blank Roosevelt dime, which is pretty interesting. People want them. I think I have a couple others, but you can see the cladding on the side, and just not something that you see all the time. Let's see, AD04. Let's see if there's any slightly smaller examples. We have a nice 1696 William. I can see this one bidding up, and then we'll do the nice, the crazy porcelain. Maybe we'll do one more with $1 start and see where it's carried. This one obviously a little more than the prior, is what I'm into it for, but a 1696 6 pence, beautiful William III type. I think that one could certainly move up quite quickly. Don't see similar types too often. In terms of from my sources, so I was pleased when I was able to pick this one up. Currently at 37, I think it could definitely move higher, but I may do a couple, like hopefully not crazy aggressive. And this one is the German Red Cross. Again, not going to raise the start price. Don't want to be greedy, but I think it could be popular quickly. 1921, für das Sächsische Rote Kreuz, for the Saxon Red Cross, with a very nice detailed obverse. We'll see. And okay, nice, good pickup. Well won. Trying to think of other. I think this one. What does is this like a? I forget if it's just like a half crown. 1697 half crown. Let me look what they are going for. If you could buy one on eBay. I have a little bit more knockout. Yeah, I definitely have been thinking that it would be something fun to offer. Good, true to my German history. Ones in this shape, I'm seeing them on eBay in like the approximate. I think mine are nicer than anything under 100. But maybe I'm just thinking my coins are way nicer than they are. Let's run this one. At a start price, I'm thinking 89 in my mind. Yeah, I'm thinking 89 in my mind. And I think it could bid higher than that, but we'll see. Only the tiniest hit on the back. The rest is pretty clear, especially the front of it. And super clear. Okay. That sounds like it would be really pricey, high-end stuff. And so if I run into it, I'll let you know. But I can't say that I've come across it. This one is a nice La Vapeur metal. Then we can do some just regular old silver next. 60 shrums. I would not be willing to accept 60 on it. Nice, similar Beaux-Arts type look, though perhaps a little bit after engraved L'Amour de Dieu. That's probably where I'd be at the moment. I really just don't get that inventory too often. And when I look around, I don't see other ones running it for cheaper. Congrats to my cornbread. And so that's why on that one, I don't want to, it would be a lot. If I had like 10 of them, then it'd be easy to drop down. Do you see what I mean? But it's a lot trickier for me. I did bring, I think, some cool stuff today, so I kind of get it. Very interesting, Nolan. This one is one of plenty. You have the stork with a cornucopia, a Warwickshire mining company example. Condor token. And trying to think of some of the other. Got some great different like little silver coins here. That could be fun to run a couple of them quickly. These are 1895 2 francs. Siege, I think it's solid. There you can see the 1895 series types, quite clear as day. Brian Bow currently in the lead. Gabe will snag them. Why don't we run these and let's look at the. Those are in quite nice shape, actually. Very good detail. You can really see a lot of the rim, especially on that one. Gabe gonna win that one. AD 2409. Sounds good, Myth. We'll do a couple in front. This one, I'm gonna change the skew here. It should be 32. I gotta run this one for at least $8, which I paid in the low double digits for, but I think we're above. I'd be surprised if we weren't above melt at least. Shrum, nice win. And yep, below melt before fees. So good pickup. We'll do this one, and then we'll do the British request. This one's real nice looking. Dollar start, 20 seconds, but this one could definitely bid kind of high. 1811. 240409. It's 1745. I think that one I would start for like 49, and I think it should advance. We have a couple different dates, but this one, yeah, why don't we start it for 49? No sudden death. I think it's real decent looking. King George II, a nice shilling. Actually, it looks really nice. Probably should have gone for 30 seconds there. but you can see great detail. I don't know if the LIM would have meant it was, I doubt it was Lima, but if somebody knows exactly where it would have been struck, please let me know. Beautiful, beautiful type. Nice one for Thomas. We can run a couple. This one, 1822 example of one of the Russian 2 kopecks. Again, very sharp, interesting kind of czarist eagle, or emperor, the Russian Empire eagle. Bride Bow currently in the lead, and Cohen. Siege, keep bugging me about those. This one actually, I would say, even may outpace the other on a condition perspective. It's got really nice glossy surfaces and intact rims. Beautiful look. With maybe a die chip up there. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Ms. Maximus. Is that a French one? That's going to be in like the 27 range. Also really nice. A little weaker on the reverse maybe. Do you think that that's crazy? I've sold some similar ones in the past. Do you think that the 27 is offensively high just from a pacing the auction? Oh, a nice one at 10. I'm going to protect this last one. This is the last one that we have in the show. I think it's really sharp. We're going to start it for 10. Yeah, let me just see if I can pull it real quick. I had purchased a large group of them, and I picked like the very nicest ones out of it. That one will go to Brianna. Here's the French folk denier. Let me see. I'm going to first do these 5 kopecks, 27 start. More bang for your buck on a per kopeck level here. And oh, I might have forgotten to run that one. I'll do that after these other ones. Was that 80 20 04 04 or something like that? The William and Mary 3-pence. Oh, the shilling, the George II shilling I ran. This one actually is really nice and interesting surfaces in a way that I haven't seen much of prior. I'm not sure. Yeah, I did run a George II shilling that was requested. Sold for 56. Polish Nicholas, yes, we've got some great Polish stuff. I'm also looking at 80 20 04 04. It is a hold coin, so I'm just going to call that one out. It's 3-pence, and it's been plugged. So I always try to be, and yeah, would you like to have me run some Polish types? This one has been hold. It's a William and Mary 3-pence, so we're going to start again. Hold coin. It's been plugged back, but it's also William and Mary, and it's in pretty good shape. The detail on it is really nice. All the lettering is super clear. The rims barely look worn. There's the famous William and Mary, Guillemos et Maria. Okay, cool. Oh, that one's going to be really nice, the Anna. There's also some like crown size ones. We'll run this one. This one's, yeah, a pricey type. 55 start, I think I'll leave it 30 seconds, then we'll do the Numis Maximus request. A little scratch on the back there, but a very nice Queen Anna shilling. And then we have to do some of the Polish as well. Oh, Siege, I'm actually going to do the newest Maximus, and I'm going to immediately jump to both of yours. But wait, 03, 8302. What is that coin? This one is a nice French medieval denier. WW830207. Ah, it's the wings down. Gotcha. I think those are like $19 starts, but I'd totally forgotten about them in general, and I had put them into inventory. Not many of them, Bribel. Not many of them. More so in the world. Here we have a 5 kopeck of Emperor Nicholas I. Absolutely, Numis. Thanks for asking about it. Very interesting. Brianna Lee, I'm almost positive I can get that for you quickly. Here's the other one. Very sharp. Phi X is the mint. I'm not sure exactly where that would have been. Yeah, I've got Japanese coins. All right, let's see. We'll do a couple. These are nice Australian sterling in good shape. Couple 3 pence dollar starts, and we can do some Japanese. We have some of the boo. We have some of the shoe. We have the kangaroo and emu. Very decent looking world silver. Nice one for Thomas. The 1779. Let me look at what we have. This one's also a little bit earlier, but dollar start. 1926, little incrustation, or like little gunk on the top of that one. 1779. Let me just look it up. We only have a Danish 1779, but it's probably a dollar start one. And then a large coin, Tony. We might have sold it, but we have a couple of other similar years. Yeah, very nice 18% silver Danish type. Now I'm realizing we should do some of our nice graded examples as well. Sorry about that to everybody who's been waiting. Here's an Elizabeth Petrovna 1759, so much earlier 5 kopeck. Again, these would have been struck all the way until around 1796, so we'll do 2 more of these kopecks, then some graded stuff, and then we can do some Japanese. But tell me which specific Japanese coins you'd be interested in, and maybe, Brad, we could run. There's maybe like 1 or 2, ancients. There's a couple like Antoniniani that we could run. Here's 1771 that we could run with a dollar start attached. This one's cool. You can see a little bit of the die, clash dies. Beautiful side on this one. The Bunyard sounds good. Nice one for Tiffany. No photos, no photos. Let's do 27. This one's 1775. I wish it was 76 for the 4th of July. And then we'll do the 147 BC. You'd like to see any shoe or boo? Sounds good. Well, I'll mix some of them in the near term. I'd promised to run a stretch on the And this one would be like a 69 no sudden death. It's actually quite a nice. Actually, I probably should have gone a little higher on this one. Um, L. Cupianus, a little bit of like a poke mark in the middle, but a really solid looking denarius. Little scratches there, 10 for the value on the right hand side, but a really nice dual horses. Oh, and that was a good non-sale. Let's try a couple Commodus denarii, and we can also always come back. There's a lot of graded stuff, but as people request things, but Commodus denarius. This one is going to be 659. Let's run 55 start. One of the gladiator emperors, kind of a total loose cannon. Oh man, I totally forgot about it. Let me run that one next. Oh, that's the last of the Shatamana. Awesome. Where's the other? Is there a different place that we would have denarii? Congrats. That one's going to go to Tiffany. Why don't we try? This is a Commodus dupondius in really nice shape. We could do this one for $1 start. I think it would be popular. Beautiful Commodus dupondius with great detail. Dupondius would have been 2 asses. It has a radiate bust there. And then we'll do Shatamana directly after this as a heads up. Then back to some graded. Then we have all the Japanese coins. We do like a Japanese kick. I probably would have started this, I would say 45. We'll see if it lands there. It also has there's a little hit in the back, but pretty nice reverse. But I think that front is particularly nice. And we'll go to Tiffany. Congratulations. Here's the bent bar. And then actually we'll do 2 Japanese coins, but then we'll come back for a couple more. Beautiful deep punches as well. I could see this. I really like the punches on this one. Fantastic looking item. And nice curvature. Congrats to Brianna. Yeah, no, those are awesome. Those were the only 3 I had in my inventory. Again, I was happy. I'll probably make about $11 on each of them. But I'll go buy some more so that we have them. Let's try. I said we would do some Japanese coins. There's a bunch of different Japanese ones that I can offer, but let's do just a shoe and a boo, and then we'll come back for more after we do a couple more of the denarii. Okay. Hey, what's going on, Jay Dizzle? How are you? We do have some of the folios. I know you purchased some in the past. I'm trying to think of other, we have some cool Bactrian stuff. We just sold some really fascinating Central Asian and ancient Indian coins. We have some Taxila back. Price guide or catalog, Pauls, it's tough. I normally will look at eBay, Coin Archives are some good places to look. And then this one would be like a $27 start. Yeah, I feel bad. I totally messed up the prices today. It was all my fault. I put in the wrong. Whatnot has frustrated me a little bit, which is uncommon for them to do, but they reduced the size of the descriptions. And so it's ultimately been really tough for me because on coins, you do want to have a good amount of ability to put descriptions on your stuff. Hard times tokens, loud and clear. But it's still a little misleading even for people to see. That one will go to Shrums, and then we've got our last boo of the day before we hit the denarii. These are in nice shape. I'm not going to raise the price. Biblo Nerd with the first bid. Next up is going to be Vespasian denarius. with a really cool reverse. This one looks nice. Which hard times tokens would you like? Brianna, I would say that we'll do. I don't anticipate being able to sell all of this today, but since I have the day off of work, I'm actually going to try to be on for a long time. I'll add some stuff, um, but it will probably be to replenish. Like, say I sell all of my, I don't know, what's a good example? Vima Tacto, or all my porcelain, or all of my British crowns, then I'll replenish a little bit if I have more in. Really cool eagle, by the way, on an altar. Super fascinating reverse there for Vespasian. I'll come back with more. Something like a Roman Republican denarius. I probably, maybe I have 2 or 3 of this specific type. Here's a Commodus. Again, with a little eagle at his feet. Is there a specific type that you're curious? Like, I try not to say like every exact thing in my inventory, but yeah, is there anyone that you're particularly interested in seeing if I'd be able to replenish? And let's pull up hard times token, or it's not a hard time, but like a general like merchant type token. And we're going to try to buy some more of those tokens this week. Here's a nice looking. We haven't been doing as much with the later coins. This is Septimius Severus denarius. There's Felicitas on the reverse, Felicitas Publica. I would say I'll have a little bit of stuff, but probably not a huge amount. Actually, no, I shouldn't. How would I put it? And maybe, actually, I know there's some people that prefer having the prongs on the side. Good deal on this specific one. We'll drop it to 49. If people are looking for, again, Septimius Severus, he takes over after a year of 5 emperors post Commodus. And we have a couple of different, I think we have 2 of the denarii that don't have the side border, but they're all interesting and like later types. So Septimius Severus rules for a little while and establishes the Severan dynasty. Again, after, I think it's like Commodus, and there's Didius Julianus, Pertinax, Pescennius Niger, a couple others. Elagabalus is like a really challenged ruler in that time frame. Don't get as many Elagabalus either. And this one, has a really clear front of the coin. It references Pius Augustus, and there's a lot of like back channel. I think the Julia Mamaea, Julia Mesa, of which we have denarii. Oh, sorry about that, BSUs. I think I have some more in my inventory. Do I have one? Oh, shoot. I should have more in my inventory. I'm going to make a note for myself right now to get it for tomorrow. I also need to get some more shooting medals. But if there's anything for tomorrow that we want, we'll get it. And the only thing that I'm going to call out right now is I'm so frustrated, but Whatnot won't let me combine packages over multiple shows. Thankfully, the shipping is not like too bad, but I do want to call that out ahead of time so that people aren't taken by surprise. Here's a very nice looking Julia Mamaea. She would have gone down with the Empire. Who's that? Juno Conservatori on the reverse. But yeah, none today, and we have just some interesting denarii. I know I'm keeping people waiting. We've got the what's it called? We've got some hard times tokens on deck, but I wanted to do this interesting. This one's also more worn, so we'll start for 49. There's also some great jetons that I have not touched, silver jetons. This one is Julia Mesa, worn denarius, as you can see, but is not the most common ruler, an empress. We'll do one hard time token just to cut things up a little bit. We'll make it maybe $1 start or so. Nice one for Tiffany there. 1858 merchant token. It has a hole. Oh, actually, I'm not going to sudden death it. This one is kind of insane. It looks like the gold. It's not a gold coin, but it's an 1858 hold merchant token. Maybe from later than that, but it says 1858. Wholesale and retail. Lake Street, Chicago. Dana Boots. Pearson. Actually, I don't know if that's dated 1858, but it's approximately in that time frame. Again, kind of like a large hard times token equivalent. And I would think that this one bids up a good bit, being from so long ago. I should have just started with a sudden death. There's also, we have to come back around for some of the Japanese types. I did remember that I had promised some of those, and this one might be a bit of a painstaking. I always think it's good to, in this case, just because of the pace of the show, I'm open to having people bid, not snipe, but maybe that's a way to do it. Gabe Daw, nice win. I think that was particularly good price. Very nice looking Tempo Tsuho in front of us. $100 Mon Tokugawa Shogunate type. Again, very, very elegant. Be Anonymous is going to be the first bidder. And Jay Dizzle will scoop that one. Nice win. We've got a Roman Empire denarius, and we'll do a couple of dollar starts after this, but you know, I know I'd promised some of the denarii. We'll do maybe this one, and we have a nice example of the Bactrian silver. Nice one for Tiffany. Right here we've got a Indo-Greek dram. This one would have been, it's really interesting because you have the Karshoti on the reverse, and then on the front you have Hermaeus Soter. This one struck in probably near ancient India in about 55 BC, about 50 years after his death. Such clear condition. Very interesting. We could run this Tetricus Antonianus. Bids. This one I think is real nice, and so I'm pretty confident in it to start it. Only 5-second extension, but a 273 to 274 beautiful Tetricus II, ruling as Caesar, along with his father Tetricus the First, and a nice reverse type as well. A lot of good detail remains. Let's see what else. Congrats to Posthumous. Speaking of Posthumous, we don't have any Posthumous. We do have, this is a Salinina Antonianus, which I encounter a lot less frequently than some of the other ones. Empress alongside with a nice reverse there. $253 to $268 AD. Got a potent elephant. And that one will go to Patina Liquor. That's one of our crazier nicknames. This one will be a $19 Star Ancient India, very low percentage silver elephant bronzes facing left. Very nice reverse. Quick bid from Be Anonymous with the Karshoti script, about 3rd century BC to the 3rd century AD. Very interesting appearance. That one will go to Be Anonymous. Slim margin, nice purchase. We've got two of the shoe. I think only two left on the shoe, but I think they had been. Oh, thank you very much, Brianna. I do try hard to get exciting coins. Always ready to go. It's a fun hobby of mine. So yeah, thankful to all of you to, you know, keep the collecting going. That one will go to Biblio Nerd. Nice purchase. I think a good price, very favorable. There's some U.S. stuff that I haven't maybe emphasized quite as much. We could do our last of these little shoe. For a $15 start. I'm glad be anonymous. It's the Satavahana Empire. It's interesting just to trace all the different global powers as they evolve over time. And that one is a pleasing, elephant coin. And it's interesting which, societies would put what on the backs of their coin. I'm trying to think. This one's an interesting German Weimar Republic medal. We'd sold a bunch of these. This one is going to be from the Neptune Rowing Club at 1922. Very nice porcelain. And you can see the rowing. It's 40 years of the club being open. And again, sold a good amount of these earlier. This one is kind of white porcelain. We also have some like higher end. We have a beautiful gilded Hindenburg medal. We've got Shipwreck. We've got a lot, kind of all over the place. Let's try. What could we offer? Well, we could run some more of the denarii. Oh, that one's interesting. I haven't seen that. This is like the capture of Armenia type from Lucius Verus, I believe. We'll do 30 seconds, but it looks like ARMEN, Armenia captured. Condor, no more boo. I don't think so, but I'll bring some tomorrow. I think I have 3 left in my inventory. Then I'm hopefully going to receive a package with some more of them. But I'm really down to my last legs. But that one, again, fantastic. There's a fight against Armenia. You can see this one. This is what I would consider certainly a better reverse type here. On an already slightly rare Lucius Verus denarius. That's probably the scoop of the day so far. Nice win to Tiffany. And then we have a Crispina. And then we'll do some of the Condors / Hard Times tokens. All right, we've got 2 1837 merchant tokens that I'll run at like a $14 start or so, probably. I think that's Juno on the reverse of this one. Nice one for Tiffany. This one has a hole in it, but interesting types. I mean, I haven't seen them frequently. This is like the U.S. Condor, importers of crockery and glassware, dealers in coal. 1837, E.F. Seiss & Co. General Commission and Forwarding Merchants, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Fantastic piece of early 1800s U.S. history. I wish it didn't have the hole in there, but it's still a very interesting little coin. We've also got a mint drop 1837 Bentonian currency. And to speed things up, maybe we'll keep it sudden death. Mint drop. Very similar to the large sense of the time. Attempted piercing that does not go through. Super cool. Again, U.S. Condor, U.S. replacement currency. Hard Times token. Let's think. This one is quite a mix. 49,294. We'll do a $1 start on a bunch of different 3-pence coins. Little silver, 1938. Nice tone, 1940, 37, 37, and 40. Raw Romans, yeah, we should have a good number. We can keep running them shortly. Be anonymous with a silver scoop. This one are some earlier ones. It's actually this slightly mislabeled on the dates, but it's going to be 1936, 33, 34, 34, and 32. In pretty nice condition. We have the acorns all around. Yeah, no, congrats on that win being on us. And let's see. You can run a couple more raw Romans for $1 start. I know that that's popular. It's always tricky. $1 starts, like on that one, obviously lost money. They can be a little tricky to run them in that format. We'll do this one. $1 start. It looks like there's a centaur almost with a bow, which is pretty interesting. I guess that this would count as a zoo type. Gallienus, Antoninianus. Really interesting. A weaker strike on the front. Struck between about 253 and 268 AD. Populi, maybe Roman Og or something like that. But again, a really cool centaur. And then we have Blueberry's going to win that one. A nice Claudius Gothicus that has some fun silvering, holding a standard on the reverse. I'm not sure which mint this would have been, but very, very nice, well-silvered coin. I would not have any of those silver soda, though that's a fun idea. Claudius only rules for 2 years. I think is a well-liked emperor, but is taken down. Aurelian ends up in his place, who is, I think, well-regarded. We do have some of the classic silver, world silver crowns. This Belgian type, $32 start. A 5 franc from 1876. British West Africa, sure. Let me snag those along with some of the Danish that I'd pulled. No one will not sell. This one looks a little bit clean. I'm just going to call that out. No sudden death, though. Nice 1906 2 kroner, the death of Christian the Ninth. It's also a nice, it's a nice coin, sought after type. Earlier commemorative. Yeah, exactly. Big coin with a circle and star. Let me find where I have it, but I'm pretty positive that I do have it somewhere. I don't know how large the planchet itself is, but we'll run that. Nice win for Horace Hardwick. Let me just look up. We have a nice mix of Danish stuff. What is this? 1965 kroner in silver, but we're first going to run the British West Africa. That 5 kroner that I just showed is 1618 in silver, so probably around for like 19. These I could even run. They're really in nice shape. Classic King George. I will do a sudden death, but you have the great star with really nice luster here. British West Africa. 1/10 of a penny. Be anonymous in the lead. See if Submariner Steve at 10. Congrats. We might do a couple more here just to speed things up. I'll protect it to where it was last time, but we'll run it. This is a nice uncirculated mix for 15 seconds. And beautiful. 1/10 of a penny. I think that they're decent. They're a little clean, but they're pretty inexpensive. I'd say like 19-ish start. Glubray. Gonna win that one. We do. I don't think I have tons more after these 3, but I'll make sure people are offered them. While they'd like 1 penny British West Africa, I don't think I've got that one silver soda. It's a good question, but I really don't think I do. Submariner Steve gonna snag that one, and we've got 2 more. I'm gonna drop it to 10 seconds, and then we'll do some Danish probably. 1939 though, World War II era. And then last but not least, last opportunity for one of these from this batch. I can try to go buy more. $7 start. This one's nice and flashy, which is perfect. I think Isaiah might have a few, but it may take me a while to get them, to be honest. But I will keep my eyes peeled. We'd sold off a bunch, and so King Henry VI. Do you see one, or are you asking? Because I'm not sure I've got it. This one, about 15% ahead of melt, but a nice commemorative silver. I don't think I have any off the top of my head. 5 kroner silver wedding anniversary Danish, little tone. Let's see here. What do we run? Oh, do I have? It looks like there's one left of the. I apologize for being misleading. There's one left. So we'll just get that before we conclude here. Include this type. Beautiful example. And that one will go to be anonymous. Congratulations. Appealing type. Here's the last of our. This is a really pretty Russian 2 kopecks, 1811. Really nice condition. And maybe we'll run a few of the Italian weights. Whoa, Blueberry, nice win. These probably want to start these around $9. Not sure what the date is, but they would have been a Mezza Genova. Looks like it's been used a good amount, but an older. I want to say that they were in the 1800s or so, but I'm not exactly sure. Certainly, they're not the same. Maybe older than that, but they wouldn't have been used to strike more modern ones. Medieval English. I have a big batch of them, but I haven't processed them yet, and also I need to do some of the other. Here's a Doppia Parma. This one's in a little nicer shape compared with the last one. But we'll try some of the rupees. I think like $20-ish start is a pretty good, is not too high of a start. You can see there's a little incrustation, a little bit clean, but yeah, why don't we try it for $19 sudden death, and we'll just keep moving through them. 1862 British India, Queen Victoria, 92%. That's basically sterling rupee. And that one will go to DJSC. We'll try maybe one more of these. And then we can run a Marcus Aurelius. Why not? I think the weights, I might have a couple more of in my inventory. I don't think that there's tons, but I can try to purchase some. Yeah, I'll look into it. All right, and one more, and then we've got to run we'll do a Marcus Aurelius. I think it'll all be about 75 start on those. and a little bit of incrustation. It likely could be lifted, but then we've got a nice 1862 reverse. Let's run a, yeah, exactly. Let's run a 067 Marcus Aurelius, no sudden death. See where it goes. We have some cool Marcus Aurelius types here. That one will go to Tiffany. Here we've got no sudden death. It's pretty cool though. On the back, it's the consul for the third time, Concordia, Augustus, Imp M. Aurel up top. No PCGS graded colonial coins. And here's our last. This one I could see bidding up. It's a beautiful Aurelius Caesar, TRPO, consul for the second time, but he's currently ruling under Antoninus Pius at that stage. Congrats to Tiffany Ancients there. Also got some better looking sudden death Roman imperial types. Here's a Tetrarchic Phallus, the protector of emperors, Jovi Conservatori. Yeah, let's do some Condors as well. It's a great idea. Tiffany will scoop that one. We'll do a Probus. This one can't have a sudden death, though. It's a magnificent looking Probus. 29 will be eclipsed quickly. Oh, I'm really glad, DJSC. That was a cool one. I had bought it in a mixed group, and I was surprised when I saw Probus Militaristic Leader. Very nice looking. Concordia. That one will go to Glubray. We promised a Condor. We'll do one. It's a very nice stork example. Sudden death. And we'll do a couple more of the graded. We have some great Indo-Scythian types. Halfpenny payable at Birmingham Mining and Company. But I can't wait to get that new batch of Condors in for you, Gabe. I've ordered it, and it's on its way. Or at least I hope it is. We'll do sudden death on this one. A nice Sol Invicto, silvered Gallienus Antonianus. We also have some special Indo-Scythian squares. These are probably like $40 starts with interesting Greek Karshoti lettering splits. You can see a clear horseman on the front, 20 millimeter square. This would have been Azes the first, or the rumored to be the second. And then you see, I think it's Apollo seated on an omphalos in the classic Seleucid style on the reverse. That one will go to Tiffany. We've got two other Indo-Scythian types. The first being another Azes, bronze, This one, is it similar? It looks like, you can see the horse clearly, and then that one's a little different. It looks like maybe a centaur of some type on the reverse. Very interesting. Again, ancient kind of India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Central Asia. And then this one, I think is quite desirable. This one would be a little pricier because the eye appeal is phenomenal. And it's an earlier ruler. You have like a bull on the reverse and a great horse on the front. This is an Azilazes, the ruler, I believe, prior to Azes. When people had asked about ancient Greek, and I had forgotten about these earlier, we do have two of these lion-type Mithrapoda sixth staters in fine condition. They have a lion's head on the front and a triskele on the reverse. This one has an axe, and again, 4th century BC silver, graded fine. Is a classic and interesting type. So much history. And again, really like that axe. And then I think we have one more. This has a really good lion portrait. Honestly, it's a good coin. And we'll see. That's the other one of those that I have today. Let's see. Then I have a couple of bronzes. I'm kind of moving through all the graded stuff, but I just wanted to offer those while we also have some 5 kopecks I may do. Thomas Fiss in the lead. Nice win. Here we've got a $25 start. Maximian. In pretty good shape. Concordia on the reverse. Very long commute. Going to win that for 32. Then here we've got Constantine. With a great Campgate Fallis reverse type. Oh, and we also have one of the mules. We've got a Roma and Soldiers type, which is always interesting. Basically, this would have been struck after the death of Constantine the Great. But normally, they were striking coins with the She-Wolf and Twins, or Victory. In this example, we have the Soldiers, which were more commonly seen on examples of, what's it called? Why am I blanking? A nice one for Tiffany. Should have been more like his sons. So I thought that those were interesting. Let's do a couple of, I think I have only a few of these 5 kopecks left, but we saved some of the nicer ones. It looks like 27 start, 1781, 5 kopecks. Really elegant. Yeah, it looks like there's 5 or 6 of the 5 kopecks left. Once we're done with those, we may, again, beautiful. Figure out what else to offer. Submariner Steve, congrats. We've got 27 as the start. This one's interesting. I don't know what's going on with some of the, it looks like there were some big die cracks, which would make sense. I mean, the force that would have been needed to strike these would have been immense, and so it would probably wear down the dies like no other. Big Pappy, congrats. And then we've got And another Elizabeth Petrovna, which is interesting. So again, those were Catherine the Great. We have a limited number of actually pretty decent looking of the earlier examples prior. Any older reals? It's mostly the Shipwreck that we have. I don't think we have any like regular, old-fashioned 8 reals or those types. Big Pappy gonna win that one. I think that we have one more of the Petrovnas, and then we have 2 more of the Catherines. Here's the Petrovna again, really clear, 1758, different monogram. A little actually less wear on the back of this one, so good opportunity. And then this one for Big Pappy. (1764). That's early, very early in Catherine the Great, but quite nice detail, very well struck up. AL Sweet Home. And that, and then we've got last of the 5 kopecks for today, a nice 1770. I think it's got nice eye appeal. Sorry to everybody that's been hanging on here. We've got great stuff ahead. We've got ancient coins, we've got world coins, got US. We've really not sold many of the US today, but we do have some nice ones. We have a bunch of shipwrecks, a bunch of different metals. Tiffany Ancients leading, and AL Sweet Home. Last but not least will be AL Sweet Home taking the win. Let me just move around some of. I was storing some of the sold items, and then I'd be curious what people are interested in paying for these ones. I tried a couple. Last show they started at 43 and they all bid up. This one, I tried them at like 43. They didn't go. Don't want to go much below that. Maybe we can do 41 and see. Where again, silver from ancient Central Asia under the Bactrians. We see Indian on the reverse and Greek on the front. Big Pappy is going to start, and we'll see. That one will go to Big Pappy. We've got this one right here, 171, which would go. We're not going to raise or lower the price from there. Clear. The ruler's sitting on the throne on the back. Reminds me of some of the Christ Phallus, but it's an interesting confluence of even like Chinese culture, Central Asian, Greek influence in the Far East. We can always come back to some more. All right, what do we want to try here? This one we'll do for less than melt as a different selling strategy. Doesn't always work, but we'll see if the less than melt get people to bite at 16 bucks. 5 kroner, 80% silver, wedding anniversary. Hololex is going to be the first to bid. Will not go above. We have one more here. Sometimes I wish I could just make some bars or something. Glaupow, and then we have a cool Greenland type. That's a little bit pricier, but I think people might like it. DJSC. We also have some of the Laotian boat money. This one will be 19. It's no sudden death. This is the Greenland campaign, perhaps politically relevant at the moment. The next Taxilla. Yeah, let's here are 2 more. We'll run them. Ethiopia. I don't have any Ethiopia. It's a really cool country, and their birr coins are really fantastic. These are going to be $19 starts. Satamana coins. Taxilla, they're like skyphate shaped. Very interesting. And ancient Indian, these are prior to like even the Karshapana examples. And these are 1/8 Satamana. Try to snag some more of those bent bars. Here's the other one. Really clear and sharp. Yeah, Satamana types. And I'm realizing we have the still a few rest to be hues of the rupees. This one's a little bit more cleaned, so we'll even try it for $18. Queen Victoria, over 150-year-old, minted for British India, which they would have controlled. Silver, 92% silver. A long time ago, old silver type, basically. Mr. Birdie is going to win that one. And there's a lot of different forms of involvement over there as well. I also may take a little break to prep lunch for me and Alex. Let's find that one and have Alex. Would you be good to pop in like 3 minutes?
Yeah, I go to the bathroom first.
Okay.
I'm getting kind of hungry.
Yeah, Jim had made me some burritos, homemade. So I have those or heat up some stuff. So you're welcome to have some of what I'll grab. Just rearranging some of the coins on my desk to make room for some other ones. Let's see. This was the request 1696. William, I would probably want to. Let's see. $40. Big Pappy's already bid this one. Oh, there's already pre-bids to 61 even. 1696. Great Britain shilling. Nice win for Big Pappy. We can do some of the 10 euro commemoratives. WX 49. There's also some like multi-pack silver coins mixes. Yeah, this one looks. Well, let's do some of the 10 euro commems. Looks like there might be pre-bids on most of them. DJSC has them. Very nice. Bundesrepublik of Deutschland. National. And I can bring more of these DJSC. Did I say I had English hammered? Once I inventory it, because I don't think it's ready for today. It's probably low chance I get it for tomorrow. I can do my best, but I don't want to disappoint anybody. We'll do a couple of mix. This one almost has like a proof style to it. Yeah, it'll be fun to get that one ready though. $52.0103. I do not remember what that coin is. Oh, is it? It's a nice German one, right? we'll dollar start this one. It's a 4-pack of actually some pretty good coins are in here. So these are nice to, I would say, go in a 4-pack. 1905 half mark, 1907 half mark from Germany, sterling 3 pence, and a 1900 quarter golden. Wow, super solid. At $2 a coin, that is a insane grab. I think we'll be protecting those a bit more. Yeah, on these half marks, I think this one was probably at least like a $9 start or so. All right, are you ready? You'd be ready to go?
Yeah.
Why don't we run? Yeah, non-circulating. Yeah, exactly. You know, again, a lot of old silver here. De Bunyard. Well, I think Alex, just to get in practice, I'm gonna be by you, and why don't you run these? Already have pre-bid, so there's no risk to running them.
This one's right here.
Yeah, so just practice. You know, often it'll be like you're holding one while you're typing with the other hand. Don't have to take. You know, you can or either way, but I would, you know, you can often use that to snag the SKU.
Yeah.
Product, start, and yeah, there you go.
Okay, here we go. 2005 Germany 10 euro commemorative, sterling silver, 92.5%.
So this one's the next one. So try typing that one in while this one's going.
There we go.
And so that one, that's now sold. Now you can quickly.
This one right here.
Yep. And then pull that one up.
No, these are the sold ones right here.
Over there.
Oh, okay.
And then see, and maybe extend it to 20 seconds because that way you can have the next one fully pulled up.
Okay.
And so that one didn't start, so you always have to check if it counts down. Sometimes you just need to do an extra click. Nice.
Okay. Here's a 2007 Germany 10 euro commemorative, 50 years of.
One tip. I always like to put it a little more there because
Like
people
lower?
can see no, not lower, like up, like on the screen, not in the comments.
I see. Okay.
And that way,
like higher
you
up.
can get that one ready before that one sells. But that one, yeah. And so I would always say, always try to have that one get the SKUs going, and I'll pull a couple more for you here. Yeah.
Here's another commemorative Germany 10 euro treaties of Rome.
And then that one, you want to type that one in. Well, I know it's super tricky, but I'm gonna get on you. I'm giving a whatnot lesson. Now I messed up the starting price, so then you'll have to bring it down to $1 for each of them.
Okay.
Nice one.
Nice win, DGSC.
I do like to have them in order, else it'll get really hard to put them in. So fully tuck it in.
So dollar start. 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's good. You just have to quickly do it again sometimes. Perfect. And then those are Curacao. So I can talk. You know, it's like Netherlands, Antilles. I think that's like in North America, and so you want to immediately start typing the next one there. Both of those are 64% silver. They would have been struck in the Denver Mint while we would have been helping out Wilhelmina, who've been hiding with us. And so that way you can run it before it even gets on the screen. I think it's not liking. Maybe you have to wait for it to expire.
Oh, okay, and then run it,
and then immediately click into it. But
okay,
that one is going to be the quarter golden.
Is Curacao like the Caribbean, or?
I think so. And so see if you can pull up the next one, and we also got a chat request. Okay. So we'll do the next one, and then you can quickly snag the chat request. And Gabe Dot also wants Condor tokens.
Oh.
$2, nice win.
Wow.
So
that went cheap.
That way you can get the next one ready to go. And we do want to put these because it'll just pile up if it's not corrected. You can run that, and I'll just be $1 start, and I'll pull the next 2 requests.
It's not running when I click start.
Just do one and then
Okay, there we go.
there we go. So I'll spare you the not having to look for it, but we have this auto and then nice one, and then we'll get a Condor token for Gabe. If I have any left, I think we've got one, maybe a couple of others.
And congrats on the win. 23.
And so I would say maybe do these two. These two were requested, so you can
Okay.
do. You can do. Yeah, I would do the two requested ones. The auto is going to be 25 start, and the other one will be a $19 start. Let's see, we have some Doritos. We can also do.
Here's a 1904 German States King Auto. 90% silver. And at $25. And no bids. And this was the other coin requested, 87.30 or 87.39. It's a Condor half penny token at $19 from 1796.
I think you image right now.
Probably did. With ship on one side. So here's a Condor token from the UK. DJ Gabe Don the lead. And congrats on the win.
I would say, what's that about?
Nothing.
You can run any of the ones. I'm open to whatever. You could try some of the, but in that, like, right inside. Actually, I have like a.
Let's do Swiss half franc, 1889. So a bit earlier date. Sudden death for $1. And congrats! Wow, that went cheap. $2.
It's good to just keep cranking through and practicing there. Maybe try some of the Rhodesians.
Okay, what do you remember the SKU for that?
Yeah, 5622 001. I think they'd be somewhere in here.
Oh, okay, probably the earlier ones.
Mr. Chew Hut.
Congrats on the win.
Probably 6-ish minutes, I would say. Do you want this? This is like.
I recently bought some like South Rhodesian 3 pence. Like British colonial African silver coins, which are pretty cool. 56.
I think Rhodesia's modern day Zimbabwe, right?
Yeah. So this is like modern day Zimbabwe, South Rhodesia, and $71 start price is probably too high. So
I would go dollar start.
Let's do a $1 start. And no sudden death. So modern day Zimbabwe, King George VI, 3 pence. And it's 92.5% silver. So I've never seen these before. So South Rhodesia, Zimbabwe from 1942. And we don't have too many of these. Congrats, E-Man.
You want to run all those we have?
Yeah. Here's one from 1946, South Rhodesia, modern-day Zimbabwe. And this one is 50% silver, but it has the same design. Southern Rhodesia, 1946, Zimbabwe, King George VI, 3 pence. And Mr. Bertley in the lead.
Also, I might have you do, after you do a couple more of those, quickly do some jetons.
Next up is, $71. Wait, don't bid on this one. The start price didn't update, but sorry about that. Should be $1 start. There we go. So 1937, Southern Rhodesia, modern day Zimbabwe. And this one is sterling silver, so much higher silver content than the last one. King George VI. And congrats, E-Man. Let's this one's the last one for today, I think, that we have uploaded. For $1. Southern Rhodesia, modern day Zimbabwe from 1936. And it's pretty cool. You don't see these too often. Last one for today, I think. 1936. You can see the Southern Rhodesia, and it's got like 3 spears or something on in between the dates. And congrats, E-Man. Wait, Christian, where are the gems?
I think you could type in jeton. That's how I would find it.
Oh, okay.
And then, as often, that's how I'll check. And then you should, if you do a quick scroll, there's probably going to be like, there'll be look for silver ones. And then it might be that there's a bunch in a row somewhere. And we'll start those up for you.
At what?
49. The usual. Do you like sour cream with the burrito?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'm curious how these are. I haven't had this stuff before. But they're not that good. Cool.
Congrats on the win.
More in the fridge.
Let me.
Okay?
Yeah, I think it's 65.
Well, that would be bronze gems, right? Does it say AE gem?
Yeah.
There should be silver gems, or did we not pull any?
They are. 44.
Yeah.
You're up here.
There should be a bunch of. There's a lot of nice octagonal ones, which I think are often popular. And a lot of people have been looking for octagonal ones. And a lot
oh, this is a nice one right here.
So I'm excited for those, and we can leave stuff that off. I can see a lot of those bidding good bit up, and so we don't want to constrain the bidding too much.
What's the starting price?
49.
Okay. For 15 seconds or
20 seconds.
20.
Is a good one. For anything that's we're not doing sudden death, I like to do 20 seconds.
Yeah, here's no date France octagonal gem in really nice shape. And these have been pretty popular in the past. And I'm surprised that no bids. Okay.
Maybe offer a couple other ones nearby.
Yeah. You like usually put the coins back in like the spot, or?
That's probably a good way to do it.
Okay. Yeah, Christian will be back in like 5 minutes, so he's just making some food. Why is it not running? There we go. No date, circa 1880, octagonal jeton. Yeah, Christian's the master chef. That's funny. But yeah, he'll be back like in a couple minutes. So no interest on the jetons. Yeah, let's just do some more dollar starts. Here's an interesting mix of some smaller European silver for $1. There's 4 of them, and looks like there's Belgium, the Papal States. There's a pretty nice one, but has a hole in it. 50. That one's from Italy, from 1863, and looks like that one's from Greece. I'm pretty sure, but it's pretty worn. But there's Belgium, Greece, Italy. It's a pretty nice mix. And Globe in lead. And congrats.
What did it go for?
For 13. Nice pickup. There was a coin with a hole in it, but had a really good detail. Nice pickup. And let's do another dollar start. 15 seconds.
There's this one burrito, by the way.
And there's another Italian coin right there. These are pretty worn, but there's Belgium, Papal States, probably from around the late 1800s. You get 1898 on the Belgium 50 centimes. And congrats on the win.
You want to do one more?
Yeah.
After the burrito there, if you like how it tastes, then make another one. There's another one. There's more than burrito.
Oh shoot, $46. Don't bid on this one. Sorry. I thought it was a dollar start.
It's good to add a little added line field for you to navigate there.
So there we go. Dollar start. A lot of 2. Looks like these are from the Papal States. 10 soldi 18. You can see the date on one of them. Wow. 1867 maybe. Yeah. So 2 Papal States, 10 soldi. Yeah. It's pretty worn, but this side has pretty good detail actually. And then Christian, want to hop back in?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, Christian's
Works
back.
for me. All right, thanks. Let me know how the burrito is, and I can get you some more if we'd like. I'll probably have you come back shortly. Oh, this one actually has A Leopold the First, very regnal look, 1863, 50 centesimi, and even a 1869. Well, let's do dollar start with a plan to get upset if it doesn't sell for 10. Um, no, in all seriousness, we'll see where it goes. But sounds good. The Grosjean 15 WX1506. Yeah, those are nice, real nice types. And I'll pull them quickly. Congrats to Mr. Birdie. Had paid in the very high 20s, so we'll go in the mid 30s as a place to try to make a couple dollars on them. Christ Grosjean, bought here in the States. Beautiful old Jesus Christ, with his outstretched arms on the front of the coin. And then on the back, you have Ivan, Alexander, and Mikhail. Sounds good, Myth, AD 2403. But certainly no sudden death here. Not on these ones. And then taking a look, you said Escarlope. We've got lots of world crown size silver, so let's pull some for you. How did it feel, Alex? I didn't pay too close attention once I was making stuff.
That's good. It's like easier for the they're like next to each other.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a good skill to learn how to jump around the dock. Your Chew Hot Dog, this one has a little bit more of the Nimbus. Ooh, the next one that we have is like, I'd want to start for at least 39, and I think it could range a good bit higher than that even. Let's see. This one, yeah, I mean, really, really nice. 39 start. Old French quarter à coup. I think we've got some on the way, but I don't have any with us right now. Great Christ, and I think this one could hit 50 plus. Constantine the Great Schultz coin. I think we're out Condors. I think we ran one, but yeah, there was AD 20-04-03. A British 3p from James. Let's go find that one so we can run it. AD 20-04-03. Oh, it's got a hole in the middle of it. Let's run it for a loss, but I think it could bid higher than that. Even though it's hold, we don't see tons of these nice James, 3p like so. And Jacobus the second. This was right around the time there was a ton of conflict over. And it's hold and plugged, but a ton of conflict around who was trying to rule the United Kingdom. Was it going to be Catholics, Protestants? A lot of back and forth there. Also saw a request come in around the crowns, which we've got some of. And so you have like nice, relatively low premium for 1800s silver, 1873, and the 1904. Yeah, sounds good. Let me pull we can do a quick Russian. I might run a couple of those different Russian types there. And is that one not going to bid? Maybe it won't. Probably a little late on the request. Looks like, yeah, the other two Charles guys. Yeah, we'll run those. AC 32, 32, 14. I did not. Did we run any Condors, Alex?
I don't think any sold.
No, we did not. So we're gonna get them for you after we go through these Russian Tsarist types. There's a couple like real nice shape ones. Oh wow, we're gonna maybe start these for $5 or so, which I think is the price that we kind of want to have as the absolute minimum in the past, because these have certainly gone stronger than there. This one's a little nicer shape as well. Mexican and Guatemala, I don't think we have so much of today. Silver coin, aptly named to be bidding on that one. We also have a 1903. But yeah, good detail. Mr. Birdie wins that. New Geo. A couple of people coming back in. I never like it though when it's sub 50 people, because then, well, I guess it's nice to see everybody who's coming in and out. But I always like this show to feel poppin'. We've got a nice 1903 10 Copex. a little hit in the side there, but very clear date and everything. No bid on that one. And then lastly, we've got 1902. Well, we can dollar start this one to make sure that we get a bid. And then let's do a couple of the AD 0402 and 0401. Both of those, the Charles, are nice looking. Dang. AD 200401. There's also some of the Lausch and Lot proto money, which I have not really offered much of. And so should we do the, let's see, we had some pre-bids. Mr. Birdie won the auction. Let's see, pre-bids around. These are nice. My plan here would be like 39, no sudden death. 1674. King Charles. Example. And, very, very unsurprising to see that one go higher. Then let me find where the other Condors are that will run. Thomas Feast. Congrats. I wish I had more access to nice silver. This one's definitely a bit more worn. Sudden death at 37 feels like the place to go. The date's very clear, 1679, and the obverse is quite strong. But the reverse is pretty weak. Again, I'll show both sides just to be sure. And good idea, DJSC. Let's find that coin and maybe run it with a crazy dollar start. I also feel like we could do a couple of cool. Yeah, no sudden death. 15 Kreuzer from Austria. I always love how this one looks. Okay, time to find the Condors, and then we'll do. Currently at 7, I think super appealing, likely to move higher, but time to find the Condors. We've got 9786, Druid's Head, Condor. Gabe Dot in the lead. That one will go to Gabe. This one is a little more worn, so we'll start it for $9. Nice Condor in a more affordable price range. We also should run, and this one's 1788. Up top, the Angsley Druid Condor. You can tell that it's been used a lot, which is honestly pretty fun. We've also got some of the oversized ones. These will be interesting. All right, well, why don't we just send it for $1? Where have we been? We've been inventorying lots of coins. This one I think should be a good bit higher. We see around the edge. Referencing the Angsley penny. Condor going sudden death. No way. All right, that one stinks. How's the? All right. How are the jetons that you're working on?
There's like German ones in here too. It's gonna make German.
That makes sense. This one's a big time, a huge 80 tokens. This is like a 3p token from 1813. Been counter stamped a bunch. Tomorrow's list will basically be, if we have another, call it 2.5 hours. Once we get that done, I'm going to go find a bunch of what Alex is inventorying right now, and we'll add it. But there's so much we haven't even been able to show today. And so what would you want me to like have as a target in terms of the type of things to add? If you were able to be in a room with the person who would be putting together the list, what would you tell them? eBay store, yeah, it should be up. Have you seen it? If there's like, all 900 or so items are back up there. So yeah, eBay's back. I think Isaiah is gonna, we're getting our office and everything. So we're hoping to really be able to like add a ton of coins there in a really fun way. All right, let's do the last of these Condors we've got. They're all WW80 of various types. This one is a beautiful, I'm going to start them at 34 and they should bid up, but maybe not. I can't promise anybody. Oh yeah, and any crowns? We've got lots of crowns. Sorry about that, Beaver Cleaver. And I missed a bunch of requests. I was looking at the wrong screen, so I really apologize. We're going to run these Brazil silver. I don't have Brazil silver, which is a real bummer. See the crowns? All right. We've been running them at 52. We sold every single one we brought last time. And so we'll mix them in with okay, well, somebody had asked first. Let me think how to play this properly. I'm going to first run this one, then we're going to do the crowns. This is an Ireland, nice Hibernia. It's actually really, really solid. We'll do 5-second extension, but this one could bid up a decent bit. 1815. Again, £1 value for 240, and it looks like it's been overstruck. You can see the undertype underneath it. Let me see if I can pull that super quick while you're talking. I'm all powerful. That's what it is up top. And run them sold a similar type at 39 earlier, but we're about to hit a bunch of crowns, and then we're going to do some of the French that was requested. And so let's do WX40-47 will come from the top here, drop it down to $52, and let's go. We've got some great crowns, fresh purchased from England. This one is the older head type. I'm all powerful. Were you able to get a chance to see it when I flashed it on screen? We'll see if that one bids higher. Okay, I will then run it. We'll do these crowns. Then there's a really blazing Condor token that's just beautiful that will run. Let's show both sides here again. Probably light cleaning marks on there that I really don't want to overlook, but the edges are pretty solid. A little ding, perhaps 1891 Jubilee head crown. Again, really solid looking coin, trampling the dragon, St. George on horseback there. Any young heads? Nope. Do not have any of those. And so we can maybe run one more of them. Or there's other types of crowns, but very nice eye appeal on this one. A little bit of a different patina. Couple hits in the couple nicks, but I think very pleasing, nice rims, clear, well struck. 89 crown. And maybe there's a little less appetite there. Let's see. You can always check what I have by just typing in crown, then you can see all the crowns I do have in terms of dates. So that way, if you're like, oh, I want to get like an 1891 today, you'll be able to see that. We'll do some of these French silver commemoratives. This is a Pantheon commemorative. We also have Marie Curie and Charlemagne, so two popular types. And then we can run the WX request. Here's the Charlemagne. These ones in the past have bid up a fair bit. It's just kind of cool. French silver commem, 742 to 814. Gothic crowns and Gothic florins. type those in. Type in United Kingdom, and maybe you can scroll our list. I don't quite remember what I would have had for today's show, but unlike, not in a bad way, but unlike most people, will put everything in specifically to what the coin is, outside of if it's like a mixed lot or something. And here's the Mary Curie Commem, last of those ones, and then we'll try the request on a one of these Soldino types. Colin with 1 L. I haven't met too many Collins with 2 L's. Joining here, we have a $39 start because we have a Doge Antonio Venero. This one is different, but just fantastic shape, super nice, very well struck. Smaller than the Grosso, which we can also run a couple of the Grosso later. We also have some trams, by the way, but very, very nice type. We could have a couple more similar examples in the sale tomorrow, and we do have a rarer Marco Corner Soldino example. In the meantime, let's run this super nice Christ Grosso. This one is larger, a lot larger than the prior type, though I've sold some of these in the past. And they've always been very well received. Christ facing us there. That's to Beaver Cleaver. We've got maybe one more. This one's a little more worn, so we'll go 38 with no sudden death. And there we see again Doge, St. Mark. Let me just see if we have, let me just look up like half crown. I don't think we do. No, I don't think there's anything Gothic. But yeah, very nice medieval silver with Christ that we will hold, and it will live to see another day in the Treasure Town inventory. All right, let's see. This one's a very fascinating kind of World War II piece of history, a medal from 1941. Fantastic relief. It's offered by the city of Nice in an interesting way. And so this one would be like a 39 start. No sudden death, but we're talking about like fantastic medals. And this would, I believe, certainly qualified. Le MACNSE à Monsieur Duc, offert par la ville Nice. I think that I would hopefully climb past 39 if it was dollar started. But I guess in this instance, we'll be really just here to, I'm glad that I did, because would have hurt had it not, broached that range. This one is an interesting Argentinian 1915 dated medicinal medal. This one is like a 24 start. Got a good deal on it. Very interesting Argentinian. So actually people were asking about South American, and I guess I did have some nice South American types. The Hospital of Torcuato de Alvear. With a very interesting scene with a church in background. Beaver Cleaver going to start, and Bang and Flips. Let me pull that. I'm going to try to be quick about hitting requests. There's also, what's the interest like in not geld at the moment? Would be curious if people want me to offer some of that, because we did prep a bit of it. There's a nice medal. Let's run AC 321505, I think. This is a German Thaler. We'll sudden death it. Oh, and maybe you want a different example, but 1626, really sharp type. There's also 1622 that was requested, but that one's Polish-Lithuanian. This one's the German. That's interesting. Obviously they're pretty close to each other. Oh, and Gabe Dot reminds me that there would have been, here's a $10 start. This one's the Polish-Lithuanian. Actually pretty nice, 1622. There's actually some really cool Polish-Lithuanian types that I'm pretty sure I got. in that I'll try to inventory. Actually, and that's the case. It's a little sad, but I think, well, I don't think it's sad. It's, it's a holiday, so we get to do what we love, which in my case will be, a little bit of fireworks, but also going to make a couple videos tonight unboxing some stuff because I didn't want to just open it up. Like, I have a fantastic collection formed quite a long time ago of ancients, some really cool types in there that I'm really excited to offer. This one has great eye appeal, by the way. And so, I bought it here in the States, and I'd be excited to inventory some of those coins up. Some great, like, Egyptian tetradrachm type things. Here's a nice silver Antoninianus knot geld. Yeah, let's run the knot geld, and then we have again that Condor later. But let's do a sprint through some of our knot geld because I got some. I was pleased with the selection for today. Bang and flips, and this selection will thank Alex who had inventoried a bunch of it. Shoe hot dog is going to get that one. Let's see. This one is a beautiful, and I know you only have a couple minutes, so we'll even go down to 15 seconds. The great octagonal 20 Pfennig Kriegsgeld Stadt of Lorach. Antioch Mint. Oh, thank you, Palatine. Green table. That one is going to be an appealing $4. I think I'm probably $4 where it's not preferred probably. Let's try $4 with 20 seconds. Nice Kriegsgeld. Coal knot gelds. I don't think somebody else was asking about. We do have some fantastic. Oh, and there is one 5 kopek left. We have, where did I put it? These are the king of knot gelds in the back, which is more like porcelain metals. Okay, this one's actually pretty sweet type. I think it could bid quite high. This is a very interesting obverse kind of wartime 1917 appearance. Then on the reverse, it's 10 Pfennig of the Prussian province of Hesse-Nassau in Weilburg. Very cool, like Gothic lettering almost. Oh, and we have a Koblenz, which isn't quite coal, but maybe similar. Brandon's going to win. I'm pretty positive mine are porcelain, not coal. I don't want to mislead you. I mean, maybe they're coal, but I am of the impression that they are porcelain. There's a Kriegsgeld from Koblenz. Let's see. Very sharp Einial. That one will go to Ogre Time. Congrats. We have a couple different. Let's see. This one is a nice Nuremberg Firth Kunstbrunnen type on the front. Any cool jeton? We've got some sweet jetons. We'll run those after we have the knot geld to do. Then we're going to pick up some of our big porcelain types, and then we're going to pivot over to, okay, keep reminding me because we've got all these great ones kind of on deck. Nice win for BS Hughes. And that type of knot geld, there's a bunch of different reverse types, and so I bought a small collection with a bunch of different ones. This is Vestna Tor. Tor is a gate, and so I love how it seems like it could have been Strassenbahn, like somewhat in the transit token type use, but beautiful commemorative design on that side. J. Cools, I'm going to probably forget about that one. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, so I would like you to remind me again after we hit the Condors, after we hit the Jetons, after we hit that one. We'll go to Eman Resu, and I'll bring a couple more of those types back in tomorrow's sale. Oh, this one is awesome. Lower Silesian Breslau. That's like where my family was in post-World War I. We're going to go No Sudden Death. I think it's a really cool and interesting design. What does it say? Stadt something Rassen von Breslau. Super interesting. Actually, we could get a couple. Alex, could you hand me some more of those transit like the really nice eye appeal transit tokens in WX5202, because people are, I think, catching on to their gorgeous, like, different city and town designs. This one's also pretty sweet. It's a Westphalia, City of Haltern Iron 10 Pfennig that I think is nice. Um,
Where they are.
well, they should be around somewhere though, because didn't I think you would have flipped them up just before the show. Um, this is awesome though. Drusus Germanicus, referencing the old Romans. Be like WX52 or so. Beautiful Haltern Pfennig, and maybe we'll just to keep things moving. And the next one is also so nice. And we'll keep going. That one's Silver Eagles. I don't have Logan coin. That's very fun. Type.
What do you want?
Can I grab here? I can. Thanks. Appreciate it. I can try to sneak some of those in. This one is just like awesome. 50 Pfennig not geld, and we'll do sudden death, but we'll give it 30 seconds, I guess. And it's super cool. 1920 50 Pfennig. I just love the, like, what is that? Is it like a skeleton? Yeah, it's Menden 1919. It's some kind of like dinosaur type, which is, I don't know, I think a little silly but fun. And then maybe we can snag some of these other types. Congrats to Joey. And then next we're going to do a great Condor, and then we'll do a couple, or we said that we would do some of these medals. Let me just upload something super quick here so that we have it all ready. I'm going to make sure that the price is not like some crazy high number. Oops. And I'm eyeing this gilded Hindenburg, really large metal. We'll also get a little bit more in the not geld section shortly in some of those transit tokens. Again, I think each one is a different type, which a lot of people enjoy collecting, obviously different types each time. And so they're claiming that there's some kind of issue with the sheet, so let me just figure that out. Replace that. Upload. Sorry for this little pause here. And then right here we've got WX520406, so like porcelain kind of not geld type item. Yeah, no sudden death. And not, oh, that's awesome. I mean, I've been really feeling like not geld is a place that I want to expand more and learn a lot more about. These are beautiful porcelain rowing medals from Weimar, Germany, much larger than the prior not gelds. And let me get a couple more of those transportation tokens for after this. Though, again, I feel like I've let on a bunch. That one, then the Condor. Just beautiful. You know, different. And this is like, it's interesting to think about the context in which this was made right after World War I. You know, would have been a lot of porcelain making would have been part of German industry. And so they're some of the only with porcelain types, and they're kind of like not geld extensions. This one is probably, I think, one of the craziest metals that I have. Beautiful porcelain. We'll dollar start it, and then we'll do the Condor, and then some of the not geld. But it's gilded from 1927. This is Paul von Hindenburg, the president of the Reich. And so, you know, not able to sell anything with a swastika. This was prior to Adolf's coming into power, but a really interesting, you know, type and large. Again, let's look at the relative to a 3-mark coin, a way larger, way thicker porcelain metal. Super interesting. Yeah, does, I guess, have an Oreo look to it. I could see that for sure. but yeah, you can, careful, interesting gilding around the edges. That one will go to Gabe Daw. And then after that, let's see, we've got a beautiful looking halfpenny, really fantastic. We're going to dollar start this. I think it could even eclipse what we just saw, like super flashy City of Norwich. You can see super reflective surfaces. We'll then come back in again on a couple of those transport types, transport not geld. And then we have the jetons with interesting crests for Horus. So just beautiful. Success to the City of Norwich. I would say I'm always hesitant to call something uncirculated, but I would really be comfortable at AU, but probably uncirculated, but maybe the slightest bit of circulation. Truly beautiful with the castle and the lion. Gabe Daw, I think that's a good price to scoop that one at. We also have, okay, this is Berolzheimeranium. Prior to these, obviously, we're bidding up nice. And the nice thing, these are in real good shape, so you can see the Firth, just super nice transport token, Straßenbahn, not gelds. Really nice. And Eman Resu is going to win that one. They're just kind of fun. I like to just dollar start them, let them land where they land. We might do 15 seconds. We also have to jump in. There's a couple of Greek ones. Oh, that one's interesting. Who's that? Hieronymus Hoshoya. We've also recently bought some nice Madonna thalers that are coming in. Oh, congrats to Jay Dizzle. That one fell through. Below my cost, obviously. So good win there. Let's see where this one would go. A Epeline Sprung with a charging horse there on the front. It's quite curious. And again, I think I mentioned we could do one more for now, then we can save more as people have them for later. Obviously trying to target those coming in a little towards, double digits as opposed to one, but obviously, they will fall where they may. Frauentor in this example, again, 1920 1921, German Reconstruction period, post-World War I, very challenging economic times. Eman Resu is going to snag that one. Again, can do a couple more. I had mentioned, somebody wanted this beautiful Soldino. The earlier ones bid up. This is even a slightly tougher to find, and it has some nice toning. Soldino of Doge Marco Corner. Very nice look. There's marching left. And I'll try to get some more Soldinos in tomorrow's sale. We can do a couple of the Vima Tactos. Those have been popular today. Congrats to Brandon. We'll try to get back with some kind of dollar start range. WX 551206. And yeah, let's do some dollar starts here. These would have been kind of modern day Afghanistan, Pakistan. They have really interesting, good detail in the horse reverse types. 55 to 105 AD, one of the, I think Soter Magus, one of the main rulers of that empire. And Jay Dizzle at $8. Great buy. Maybe we'll run one more. This one is actually pretty worn. I was going to say that we would want to start them for like 11 or so, but in this example, have I ran that J. Cool's? Oh, and I forgot about the Jetons, and I might have forgotten about, where's WX 04? Nice one for Green Table. W's 560401. Let's look it up because Oh, it's the Shipwreck, the Camp and Shipwreck. We could do some of our big Shipwreck types. So I've sold 3 of the 4 that I purchased. So we can make the last one available right here for $399. Great Lion Dalder type. We'll make it a 30-second, no sudden death, 1616 NGC Shipwreck certified with a great left-facing lion on the front. Really a nice coin. Cheaper than you can find it anywhere else, which is obviously a priority. On eBay, they're a good bit higher. And so we have 3 big shipwrecks that we have 1 crown size coin from today. We've got the Campen Lion Dalder. We also have a Conception, 8 reals. Peace and Love, going to be the first bidder on this one. Happy 4th, Tim. And again, I think a really fair one. We sold one for $399 last time. Totally makes sense, Jay Cools. I've been working hard on my connections and made a great contact with somebody who really knows a lot about the shipwreck types. And so we've got, we have some Vliegenhart. But this is a Conception, 8 reals from the Conception shipwreck. Let me see when this would have been. And I also have a Merstein. That's the last type that I have. We sold one for $499, 2 shows. Again, this one, those sunk in near the Dominican Republic in 1641. This is dated to about 21 to 34 based off the specific type. And so super interesting. And then lastly, but not least, we have the Merstein shipwreck at 4. This one's has a little hit in the face. The last one we sold for $499. This would be $479 in 1651. And it has an interesting gorgon right up by the date, and a little tougher of a shipwreck. In my experience, had to pay a decent stretch more on that one. You see the lions to the side of the crest on each side. Super interesting, and against Dutch Netherlands. So those are some of the big ones. I know some people also, might be interested in a less pricey shipwreck that's still substantial. These are full ducatons, but they're obviously pretty chipped after having sat at the bottom of the sea in the Vliegenhart shipwreck for a long time. And so these are $84 starts. There's the crest on the back. The horseman seems pretty worn in this example, and these would have been pulled up from the bottom of the sea in clumps. They tried their best to conserve them. I'm still pumped that we are able to get it, in that shape, and graded by NGC, obviously, but could be tough. So those are some of what we've got available. Trying to think though, let's do some more dollar start type items. Is there interest in more not geld? Oh, I totally forgot about the jetons as well. This one is a nice medieval Indian Candy Kings, Raja the first. Beautiful. You can see the stylized human on there, and then there, the legs, the head, and the arms. This is the only one of these left in my inventory. I can try to snag some more, but don't have any on me, of course. And then let's see what else. J Dizzle Notes going to win that one. Old Irish Copper. I think we're sold out. We did sell a good amount of it though. All right, let's look at the jetons. We've got some nice crests over. I think it's going to be WX. We got a great mix of octagonal types. There's also some colonial, like French Indian, not far away. But this is a Lex et Equitas notary jeton. The notaries of the 1800s, effectively. We'll go 49, no sudden death. And so, Chambre départementale des notaires du Nord, and Lex et Equitas. Yes, I've got 3. I might even have more than that, or I have some more to back it up. I'm going to run one more jeton, then I'll run those 3, and I'm going to do it at the usual starting price of 28. SWN Coins is going to win that one, and yeah, for sure. Whenever you have a request, again. Oh, and I forgot, there was somebody who wanted a graded coin, and I don't think I ran it, and now I've forgotten to. Or maybe that was the one that they asked about just now. This one is real cool. No date. It's a Notaire de la Vie de Tours, and it talks about, it's a bar engraved jeton, beautiful octagonal type, some interesting die cracks as they were striking these. the Hands of Justice, shaking hands, and we will run the 3 of the East India Company guys, and then we'll be back to maybe, I think I have at least 5 more Jetons. These are in particularly nice shape, so we'll do a small extended bid. And it sounds crazy, Jay Dizzle, but, and we can do the transaction over whatnot. If you want to buy like 100 of these, I could talk to the guy that I have them. I don't know exactly how many he has, but I think it would be something like that, and we could obviously do a lower price, you know, somewhere in the middle. The thing is, it's nice to be able to see these. Like, often, if I bought that many, my guess is there would end up being a fair amount that were not quite as eye appeal coins. Like, this one is cool because it has some really fantastic, like, Shipwreck crazy toning on the bottom. So it's something I'm a little cautious to do. But if you're like, look, I can sell these really well, you know, or I love handing these out, and I don't have whatever $2,600 to spend on 100 of them or something like that. But that kind of thing. Maybe shoot me a note and we can figure out if there's a way to get those over to you. But just as an idea. And then right here, 1808. Again, a couple of these RCI packaging. Let me see, because I actually think I have another. You hit me up. Sounds good. I do have another. If other people want them, I think I have 10 more in my inventory on me. So we could get those. We could run those. But if people want, let me make a note here. Oh yeah, we've got, and these are some cool. Like, I'm gonna go no sudden death on these again, just with a $5 extension, because we have some great types. This is a Havre de Grace. And it has a really interesting note that, like, dragon below, it's a bar jeton, and it's would have been struck between 1845 and 1860 or so. Has some interesting naval themes, and I think is just a really nice general type. Just loving these jetons recently. Let me think through what else we've got. 18. Oh, we have another. We have. I think there were 2 of those tours types. And I don't want to do sudden death because I think there can often be added interest. But green table, I sold like 15 of them. I'm going to do another sale though starting tomorrow around noon Eastern, and I would recommend that you pop back in at that stage. I'll try to upload about 5 more of them. Great octagonal type. Congrats to SWN. I think, and I'm realizing, I guess I uploaded a lot of jetons that are not silver, which is okay. This one is going to be an octagonal, not clear when it would have been struck. King Louis the 18th would have been early 1800s. I could see this one being more like in the late 18 or mid 1800s, but a beautiful Louis the 18th, King of France and of Navarre. It talks about science and the belles lettres et arts of Orléans. Oh, and we have a Charles example as well. And then we can run. I should have gotten some of the classic round ones, but I'll try to get those for tomorrow. Can only remember to do so much. Here's another example of Charles X. And then last but not least, we have a really interesting French law commemorative. Actually, we've got 2. We have a mid-1800s notary chamber. This one for SWN. And then, here's the Ledge et Mort. Mint Maniac, what type of coin is that? I'd be happy to run it, but I'll tell you a price while we're running, because WX56 is a big group of them. Are those Morgan silver dollars? I think those are like 74 starts. US, okay, I think those are 44 starts. Let me flash it on screen. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That should not have been 86. What on earth happened? I feel terrible. I was going too fast. $49 start. Did the wrong thing there. Lege et mort. Basically, I had this issue where I uploaded everything and I need to have the length of the ID be below 100 characters. And so I made a function to check the characters, but then I accidentally put it in the price column. 1870 Spain. Keep bugging me about it. We're going to do this last one, and then we can also come back to that other octagonal jeton. I think this one could bid up a good bit. It's Chambre des Avoués in Versailles and Loi Française. Very nice octagonal with like almost a book and implements on either side. But yeah, we're going to do that Washington Quarter shortly. No prob if it's too pricey, but I don't think it should be. I don't think I've got either of those. Let me just check. We've got a couple. No, we've got some kind of common date, mint state 63s. This one is a double die obverse variety. It's nice that's already graded. It should be visible in God We Trust, and have sold a couple in the past for hire. So I think maybe not the people. Let's see, 1870 Spain. You can get them by now for 44 free shipping on eBay. Oh, gotcha. I didn't realize that. Maybe it's a different seller. I would go with the eBay, or if it comes with the free shipping. No hard feelings. Normally I pride myself on beating other people out. That one I can't though. Here you've got the Tenpo Tsuho. But yeah, I mean that one's not that it's surprising, and I think I have the least competitive advantage sort of with the US stuff, because I'm always like so proud of them coming in lower than everybody else. So I'm gonna have to figure out if I can source those a little cheaper. But let's see, we've got some silver crowns. We've got 1870 Spanish Provisional Government WX 4907 015. That one's nice. Let's do $1 start. Toned coins. Surely I've got some tone stuff, but let me figure out. And there was some requests around. Let's see, pre-bids. We've got a 10. Let's see, any toned coins. Green table in the lead on the Spanish Provisional. Let me just rearrange my desk a touch right here. I'm gonna run. Let's figure out what we should. Oh, I do have one of the. Sorry for whoever asked about the Kopek. I've got one of them, which is great. I still do have one, so I can run that 5 Kopek. Right there. We've also got some nice. This one's a metal. I paid $29 for it, so we'll see if it'll bid at 32 level. 1870 Augustin Crosena. Very interesting. Institution des Petites Familles from France. Let's see. I have a couple of other. This one's also interesting, but let's first look and see if we've got the 5 Kopek 910205. 1794. Do we really have a? Okay, this one was incorrectly uploaded. This is just a 5 Kopek coin, just as a heads up. It's not a halfpenny. 1765. 5 Kopek incoming. And the other request, 93. Yeah, I don't think I've got so much in the toned category. Green table, nice pickup. It's not that I think I have no toned coins, but I'm just not sure. This one is an interesting OHPA. of Professeur Castagne, credited with some of the first, I think, chemistry achievements. Dated to 1930. Very interesting French metal as well. Cool monogram in the corner with some faint Beaux-Arts snake sipping water scene. The start on the Hungary, that would be $1 start if it's the one that's down in the corner. Be happy to run it at that level. Then this one's probably like a 39. Dated, this one's older, back to Napoleon, le Troisième. A bar metal. This one talks about commerce and travaux publics, the Minister of Agriculture, to Monsieur Roussel, who maybe fixed cholera, it looks like. Let's try the Hungary, though. A 1 Corona, $1 start, sudden death. We can do a little bit of $1 start action here. Nice looking coin. Like very, very good eye appeal, I would say. Green table, nice win. This one we got to get at least $2.50 a coin on, but some nice older types. We've got a sterling silver 1917, 3 pence in good shape, a 1925 earlier Wilhelmina 25 cents. We've got an 1890 25 cents all the way back to King Willem, and then a real nice 1915 World War I half mark. J Dizzle, congrats. Let's see what else. Here's 2 Napoleon. Well, let's see what do we have any other little packs? I always enjoy doing them. It reminds me of making YouTube videos. This one is a 3-pack, and I've got, I think, well, a little idea of what's in there. We'll do $3, $3, and $2. I think it should be back of the start price. We've got 1907, 1905, and a 1925 Wilhelmina German coin. Yeah, but some nice German half marks, 90% silver. And then if we keep going somewhat aggressively, we'll do this little pack. I think we'll want to, maybe $2 a pop. I always want it to bid up a bit. So here we have Australia, 1955, 50. Oh, that's cool. From Queen Elizabeth. Then a half mark, 1906. German E mint mark in 1934. Wilhelmina. J Dizzle will snag that one. There's a little bit of an advantage once you get the shipping out of the way. Then everything's a lot cheaper. Oh, this one's cool. We've got French Indochina. I think we'll start it at 8. Oh, and an older Netherlands too, plus a German type. I think that'll be a fun one. This is 68% silver, 1922 Indo-Chinese, 1905 half mark, plus an early 1904 1/10 golden. Very, very cool. And do we have not tons more there? There are some let's run this one for an interesting type that I don't know exactly what it is. Hold half mark, but there's a 1869 Hungarian 10 Krajar. That's pretty sweet. Plus a nice looking 1928 earlier Wilhelmina Dutch type. So pretty sweet. 1909. Dizzle will snag that. Then we've got 17, 18. These are 2 not great shape half or 20 centimes, a little bit damaged, but A, Paris and Strasbourg mints of Napoleon III, which is actually pretty sweet. Very interesting. Bruce Almighty will win. What else could we run? Cilician Armenian trams. They haven't been requested, but last show they were a hit. About $30 starts on them, and they're nice looking. No sudden death. Beautiful medieval Christian kind of crusader area silver. That one will go to posthumous. Here's the other one that we had, which also I think looks quite nice. And we'll run that one for 30 bucks, but we do want 20 seconds as a start price. Really clear flan. And then, let's see, we could try a couple of Swiss coins maybe. We have some earlier Swiss. Bruce Almighty. Nice win. We'll go for some over 100-year-old Swiss francs. We also have some of the Notgeld left. But 1907, see the cross still, though it's starting to fade. What else might we run? J Dizzle. Good pickup. Oh, here's some jetons. That would be, I think, fun. WX 1846. Optimo Principe. No sudden death. Hard time tokens. Now this one's actually does have a date. It's about 1743 or 1744 is the date that's on it. That one will go to Thomas Feast. Let's see what this one is like also. Oh, that one's cool looking. It's like a German Nuremberg. Yeah, we have tons of stuff, Revolver. We got lots of half dimes, 2 cents, half cents, 3 cents, some cool commemoratives. We got Monroe commemoratives. It's tons of it. Look up WX56 in the auction list next to me, and it'll have a pretty comprehensive review for you. And yeah, that's a really fun old coin. The Pious, Mr. Birdie, nice win. Let's see, this one's kind of a cool fleur-de-lis Nuremberg type. And so let me know on the US front, but we have a ton of stuff there. A lot of good pre-bids as well, pre-bid action. Louis the 15th. And so, yeah, let me know which hard time tokens would you like. Let me know which ones. One of the ones that sold earlier in New Haven, I think, might have got canceled. I think like the payment went through, but then there was some issue. I don't sell anything with a swastika because that's against the terms of service, CJ, but I may have some stuff. I have a lot of like interesting Weimar Republic. We sold this one earlier today. Really interesting history. It's a Hindenburg. That was the Reichs president prior to Adolf. And so I don't like sell much in the way of Nazi coins, but we do have some of that like early German formation. We've sold a lot of those, but I'm going to be back tomorrow with a bunch more similar. This one is also a Louis from Michael Leck. Little Jeton. Any nice ones? What do you mean by that? Gabe Da. I'll try to bring back some like really interestingly decorated of the porcelain type tomorrow, and then I'll try to get some more Condors. I'm basically down to my last legs on the Condors. I'm waiting on this shipment that I bought a bunch from Germany. But we're about to do the hard times. Well, let's see. We're gonna run the first 92.032, and then we've got some great metals. I might direct you towards some of those. This one's a very interesting Dupondius. We probably want to start for at least 29 bucks. It's super nice. Normally I would let it bid up, but it's a little, it's a long show today and kind of been going on for a while. So very nice Antoninus Pius Libertas Dupondius. And let's run I mean, these hard times, one that has a hole in it, which will run first, but it's nice. It's in Robinson, James and Co. We also have some of the nice knot geld that were very popular earlier. I didn't run any for a little while. I do. Do you want me to run some of those? We can try. I was going to do a couple of US coins, but people need to give me the direction. Otherwise, we'll probably just be running the Civil War tokens revolver. I wish I had those. We sold out of them, but what we have is like the pre-Civil War. There were similar, like when we needed small change, people stepped in and struck coins during the hard times when people were hoarding items. This one is from New York, America Institute, NGC Ancients. We've got about 1, 2, 3. We've only got a couple no grade, and I know sometimes you don't maybe prefer the ones that don't have the outside, but we can run. I have 4 Indo-Greek. We can run I have 1 with prongs no grade left, and then we have some that also have the grades on there. So let's run first this nice Commodus, a full Sestertius. We'll start for 36. We'll see where it lands. And then we have a nice Ionia Clazomini, but I feel bad. And I'll reload with a lot of the NGC Ancients. I'm running low here that I do have outstanding. Nice type. Let's see. We also have 108, this Gorgonian. These in the past have bid quite nicely. This is an Ionian. There's a Gorgon on the reverse, but an Ionian silver diable. We also have ones with no holes. All right, well, that's the last merchant token. This would be a, let's see, Bactria. This one is a 41 start. These are ancient 1st century BC because they're struck a little bit after this ruler's death in 90 BC. Hermaeus bronze with Greek and Indian on there. And then there's also, let's see, we have 2 of the Gordian in XF, or there's a Pius and a Gordian, but maybe these also could be interesting. These are Paphlagonia, Sinope, test cut, drams, beautiful eagle carrying fish. It's been test cut. A lot of these have been test cut. Again, a nice Sinope dram. And I brought this and one other. I think this one looks a little nicer than the other one that I brought. But a real solid ancient type. Congrats. And then here we've got, this one would be 139, 10 bucks less. Super nice. Any without, no, all these were, I bought, small group of them. All of them did have test cuts. Yeah, that one, you see all the face, which is kind of nice. And then we need to get that merchant token. 1834 dated. This one could be a real, like, bid up type, but we'll see. It's been scratched a bit, as you can see, but there's no holes. 1834 jewelry near the Union House, Attleboro, Massachusetts. Sestertii. I'll bring back a bunch more for tomorrow, but I don't think I have much in that way at this stage. That one's going to go to Paperboy. What else might I have? People were enjoying the what's it called? Some of the not geld. This is a Neues Rathaus. I think they averaged in the mid, probably like 9 to 12. Some went higher. A couple fell through. have a fantastic 4th of July, Jason. I will potentially shoot you a text. A couple of offers. Nothing crazy though. I wish I could make the offers a little bit better. But here we've got Henka Steg. Maybe we'll start it for $7. But these were like interesting transit, kind of in that Weimar phase. Oh yeah, the U.S. coins. I forgot about that. Really nice condition and an interesting view there. Strassbahn, Henka Steg. That one was in definitely a little bit better shape. Let's see what else. The Finfekega term. And again, I like these because they're all different types. U.S. Which types though, Isaac? I guess is important that you're interested in. Nice win for Jay Matz. Fantastic. Thank you for popping by, Gabe. I'm going to focus on the types that you like. I'm going to see what I have left in my inventory, but I've gotten a little bit low across the board on stuff, so I'll do my best. Morgan halves and quarters. This one is going to be Nürnberger Madonna. Glubre is going to win that one. And we'll do one more, then we do have to get over to the U.S. because I've been neglecting it all auction. We brought a ton of it, so I'm excited to hit the U.S. items. Do we have any Morgans left even? I think we have 1, 2, maybe 3. These are going to start, they're like AU, I would say, like 48. There's already a pre-bid on it, no sudden death. C. Appleman has got the pre-bid. And Smallwood Johnson going to jump over. Don't have a 35 piece dollar. I will admit that my US, as you can see, I'm more of a world focused guy. I'm trying to get more into US though. I just have been away from the US for a long time, and like you forget how fun they are. All right, if you need any print ups or printouts, I can also get those for you, Alex. We have 2 other Morgans. We also have some Mid-State 63 Morgans, but yeah, like AU 1880. Could be, probably dipped at some point, but nothing stand out in either direction. How's this one look? That's pretty nice. Maybe it looks a little less dipped. That was a long time ago, and but once Gabe comes back to Treasure Town in September, I think we'll definitely be looking to do more with paper money. We'd love to. Very lustrous, nice example there. All right, then there's some other, let's see, 2-cent pieces, but people really like the seeded stuff. Looks like there is a pre-bid on this one. 1839 seeded half dime. Really, actually decent looking coin. Let me just check where I need to be, because these I'm selling and I'm able to send them back to the person if they don't sell. So I'm able to then have a little more flexibility. This would be a 39 start. 1839, very nice half dime in pretty good shape. Oh, that's awesome, J Dizzle. I find it's just a little bit tricky to ship, so we really need to do like dedicated paper money shows and then have a bunch of those shipping supplies, is what it comes down to. let's see what we have in terms of some of the pre-bids. US type, let's see, we've got a couple of Monroes. Nice South America and North America stylized with the Monroe Doctrine. Raw Romans sounds good. Patina will run, and Posthumus had asked for some of those Gallic types as well. This one I always think is kind of cool, just because it's an interesting U.S. coin, now over 100 years old. Myth. Let me look for it. Where is it? I cannot find that one. We can definitely do some raw Romans. Let's see what those could look like. Right here we have a 104 BC. This is probably like a little bit more worn. I think it's a pretty decent price though. Banker's Mark Apuleius Saturninus in a Quadriga chariot. R.S. Wright in the lead. Let's see. Where else? I'm trying to see where this thing is. I can't find it. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's... There it is. Okay, I found it. Good news. I was hoping to run, though, to do a stretch here of nice kind of Gallic period Antoniani. And we'll do them all sudden death. This one is a little bit prior. MVP Julian. This is a Valerian the First, and it's a Virtus reverse. I also think I'm going to bring a shekel of Tyre tomorrow. It's my first one I've ever bought, which I think that's pretty cool. R.S. Wright, 1603, sure. This one is a nice Salinina as well. This is, I think, the only one in this group that I had brought the two and sold both of them. Pietas, nice reverse, a little flat on the reverse strike. Nice appearance on the obverse. And we'll run both of the requests. That one's a nice one. I like an 89 start. 84. I think we could do 84, but I wouldn't be surprised if it has some other people jump in and bid, and then we'll also do the 04 request. Oh, it's already pre-bid at 85, so dollar ahead of my start. Ruger's got the pre-bid. Very interesting. I think he's carrying the Sabine, or no, I'm not sure exactly, but looks like a man carrying a woman off. And then very nice obverse as well. I could see that one, bidding a good bit more. Nice Roman Republican denarius. Always try to go for reasonable, starts where things can bid higher. Do not get these in. I think this is the first time I've had a Marcus Aurelius. And congrats to R.S. Wright. This one is the other request. Then we'll go back to the raw Romans. This one is probably... Oh, this is the 3 pence. I think we were looking for a different one. Where did I put it? Here it is. 02. Worn on the reverse, as you can see, but quite nice on the front. King Charles II. Carolus de Gratia. And then, let's see. This one, we have some nice Claudius Gothicus. Looks like we have an Antonianus in pretty decent shape here. And this one is going to be a posthumous. So you can see that it's an altar. It almost looks, though, like that it was double struck. Yeah, or something was going on here. Maybe a hard die clash. Nicely silvered Consecratio reverse Antonianus. I think Blueberry, I want to say it was 84. I think I have them for $70 on my end. No, nope. It's 79. All of them bid up last time because I paid 65 for them. So let me know if you want me to run some at 79. I think they're pretty decent looking, and obviously no worries. But we're going to try to go get some more this week and have those in our sales next weekend. I think there's going to be a next Sunday sale. Victorinus, interesting usurper. Patina, we'll snag that. And then Tetricus the First. We also have some interesting, what I would say were a little tougher. Oh, this actually has a beautiful reverse. Who is that? Something, I think it's Ritas Augustus, but what is that? Is it something Apitas? Not clear. Tetricus Antonianus for overtime. And then I'm trying to think back. What was I going to show? Oh, the Iowa. 1705. I mean, honestly, this is a nice looking coin. I clearly see why none of them went for the start price. Hilaritas. Thank you, Posthumus. And yeah, I mean, I'm really focused on trying to get some more of the classic commems. Some of the types that are a bit more of a stretch. And I think you got it at a good point, because my guess is that there's not tons of people in the chat right now who are focused on, nice American commems. So last time there was tons of competition. They were averaging bidding up to the approximately mid 90s. And we sold the 4 of them last time. And I think I brought these back for the next time. So that's what I was saying earlier for people who are just joining, how to play Treasure Town auctions well. Can be strategic and figure out when things are selling hot and when they're not. But then I'm upset because obviously I would rather have everybody bid when things are competitive. This is a different group, but this is interesting. Tetricus, Barbarus Antonianus paid a bit more. We'll start it at 12. I think that there's 5 from this group, but they're in really good shape. A bit better than the other ones. Pax Augustus on this one, and they're more like barbaric style. Very nice Tetricus bronze. Yeah, for sure, Basius. Drop back in a minute. Are you good to we have a couple more of the transit ones. Are you good to wait, or do you need, I know that obviously you've been a great customer, so I can run them right away, but I was going to maybe run this and then 3 of the other barbarous style Gallic Antoniani. But you can kind of see, is that okay? Then we'll run the Dodia Pisa, a couple other similar types. There's, I think it's, I'm not sure actually what the reverse was on that one. And Alex, do you want to start trying to do the sorting and packing thing?
Yeah.
This one, beautiful Letitia. Or actually, you can keep, I'm good for you to not. Do you feel like you could get to, knock out the rest of those jetons there?
Yeah, I was gonna look on the not go.
Or the not good?
Like the ones I have left are like harder to ID.
Okay, cool.
So let's do that later.
Yeah, I may even offer those ones wholesale to one of our wholesale customers if they're tough at ID. You can only do. Oh, this one's cool. This one is very barbarous looking, like the packs such simple lettering and reverse style. Super neat.
Can you go at knockouts go at 52?
Yes, WX52. It's the same group that I inventoried some of the transportation not geld with the really nice styles. And then last one of these for today, beautiful glossy surfaces. And then we're going to run some of the Dodia Paisa of Jaisalmer. Yeah, that one's nice. WW550904. This one for Smallwood. All right, right here. These ones are kind of unique and interesting. This is a smaller and less common Indian city that would have struck coins from about 1600s to the 1800s. Very unique little type. And hey, $1. I paid more than that for it, but we can run one more and see how it fares. I may have gotten ahead of myself buying these ones. I mean, I have a couple of them flipped up, but they're kind of interesting. And what I really need to do is know them a bit better before I start selling them. So why don't we do that? Jaisalmer is today a city in India, medieval trading center and a princely state in the western Indian Rajasthan. It's the Golden City. It has very yellow architecture and was established in 1156. So interesting. You're from the Golden City, small copper coins. That one has really nice delineation and is interesting. It's been well struck. And I've been trying to just expand because I was also, not geld, but there's just so many different types of coinage that I'm not currently offering that I could be offering. Oh, that actually is cool too. And I'm not going to raise the start bid. This is the last one for today. Let's see, what else would we have? We've got two of the Kelantan Sultanate. Those are interesting large tin pittis types, but again, very decently struck. These are going to be 13 starts. I brought two of them. So if you don't get the first, look out for the second. A large tin pittis coin from 1897 of Islamic Malaysia, which, again, interesting. A little bit of a cruder strike, I would say. Nice one for green table. And we'll do the last one of these here. There's also some nice sterling rupees. Or maybe, yeah, I think they're sterling. Maybe not quite sterling, 91.7, but very similar. There's the last of these I have uploaded. Hijri calendar year 1314. And then we can save that one for tomorrow. We've got some nice, very nice condition, 1919. Yeah, these are really solid looking rupees. This one has a little bit of tone to it. Again, I think it would have been minted in Calcutta. Fantastic shape, though. King George, and these are just in great condition. And then I'm trying to think of other potential items that could be most exciting for people. We've got some of these Iowa halves have been offered for the most part. We have Monroe, classic commems. Do I still have? I have some Balboas. I may have sold all of the ones. What is this? Is this a Balboa? No, it's a British India type. But I'll put a note down for tomorrow's sale to bring back a couple of Balboas. Here we have it. 1840 quarter rupee or full rupee from British India as well. Oh, we haven't even looked at the Laotian lats. Sorry for going out of focus there. Maybe leads to a better deal for the Bunyard. Laotian lat money, dubbed the Tiger Tongue. It's being annoying and not letting me upload. Which one? This is the one. About a 29 start here. Tiger Tongue money from Southeast Asia, 16th to 19th century. Kind of a lower grade. Have a good one, to Bunyard. Have a great 4th. Very interesting tin boat money. J. Cools will start. And appreciate it. Let's see what else. This one's a bit larger and maybe a touch more like crude, though, in an interesting way. Part of the same group. And I find proto money is often popular, at least recently. And very interesting Tiger Tongue boat. Fairly old type as well. So let's see. I'll have these out, but we might be able to find some other interesting types. There's some good Roman Republican denarii. We have some nice British India half pice in better shape. Let's see what else we have from WX54. 0201, 0403. We can do some Danish types. Oh, so we do have, somebody had asked about this earlier, it's more just like young head. Let me check what I paid on this. To break even, we're going to look for $25, which has already been bid, but the largest lot, I would have probably started that one for like 42 would be my thought. Nice young head, though, in front of us. And so I'd be open to running it for there. Would you want me to try it? Or do you think maybe hold off? Totally open to either. Sounds good. Thanks. I am appreciative. It's like so efficient to do it that way instead of, and I think Big Pappy in the lead. This one's also pretty nice, 1874, maybe even a little nicer than the last one. Probably pretty comparable. Don't quite know. It makes it. And congrats there. We've got this half crown, nice Jubilee head. Actually, nice reverse, 1887, Britanniarum Regina. Green Table in the lead, Thomas Feast. We do have some crowns, 52 start crowns, which are always popular. Here we've got 52. Nice looking. The rims really look good on this one. It's a good looking 1889 full silver crown. We had the half crown just before. A 1935 half crown, is that what you're asking about? If there is one, I don't know. I feel like there might be, though. Could you tell me what the skew is, and I can go find it for us? You know, that one I seem to have lost. Oh, I think Gilded Chat. I think mine is a little like, from circulation, basically. I was asking 89 for that one. This one has a little bit of cleaning, I would say, but not anything that's like super unappealing. And again, rims look good, which is awesome. And surprised that one wouldn't go if the prior did, but maybe we need to be less. I just don't get very many of them in. We could maybe do 84. And see if there was a taker. Big Pappy already had the pre-bid actually at 84. So it's a nice looking King William III type. Gilded Cha. Congrats. This one, maybe we could go lower, but I don't want to go too much lower. 1686. I just didn't realize that it was hold like so. 1686. Yeah, of course, Gilded Cha. Nice Jacob II. Just unfortunate to see. Like, the condition is good. It's a shame that it got the hole unplugged. What else? This one is 1403. This is more of like a 69 start. Pretty. Oh, this one, yeah. I mean, it's a very nice. You can see the LEP. It's this horse on like an aqueduct or structure, and then the obverse. It's like a little tougher type, but and tougher shape as well. So that's where we then offer it for less. But the detail is pretty solid on that front. What else might we be able to offer here? We would try. Oh, we have not touched the. I think there's a couple of the Anam types. We've got a $1 start. Of a zinc 7 fan coin of Vietnam. These have bid quite nicely up Gia Dong, the emperor here. Nice one. I would go $7 on the next one, just to make sure. There's any interest. That one has very nice eye appeal, but an old cash type coin, but in this case of Vietnam, under, I believe it would have been Chinese influence at that stage. Could be wrong on that front. And then what else might we have? We could run, we have a couple of the Danish. Here's a Danish 2 kroner. Probably want to start this for $19. 1875 with the Dolphins. Christian IX. And then let's see. Are there any requests? I know it's maybe feel slightly slower, but in a way, obviously it might be a little slow, but also we do have a bunch of stuff that I have not even like shown on screen. So let's see over here what we might be able to do. That's a nice metal. We have Vlegenhart biscuit shipwreck coins, chocolate coins. Been storing up lots. No, I do not. This one, let's see, we have chocolate tea. Well, I mean, I paid a good amount for it, so I'd need to start it at like 32. It's a nice chocolatey, kind of shooting riflery jeton, or not jeton, but like metal, dated to 1891. Société de tir d'Avesnes. Could also, let's see, we have some French crowns. A nice Louis Philippe, one of his first years striking coins. I am all powerful. Yeah, I mean, whatever people want, Ebola gold, R&R, and I know it's any cheap ancients. We've sold a lot of our cheap ancients that I would have had prepped. But there should be a couple left. We'll have some more back tomorrow. Cheap ancients. What could we find? Like I'm saying, we have cheap ancients, but then I look around and our ancients are probably a little higher price. Story Dizzle, are you guys in the same family, or is that a coincidence? I've not seen any other Dizzles. These are interesting. These are like potential Moldavian counterfeits by this crazy ruler of the Swedish Livonian type, and I think it has a date up there. It's like maybe something 6. Christine, but it's of the Christina type. Nice one for overtime. Not my best prior result, but This one is just a regular, it's not like a contemporary counterfeit type. This is a Swedish Livonian solidus. Very nicely silvered. We have some cool there's a good amount of world silver that is in prime shape to dollar start. Portuguese Mozambique, 20 escudos, 72% silver. That one's pretty unique and definitely interesting, but is not like mainland Portugal, so it's like an interesting kind of colonial influence item. Way back of melt. Let's see. Try this one. A 2.5 escudo. Still have some of the Laotian lats. And this one's 1950, by the way, 65%. You can see the 5 dots in the crust often refer, I think, to the 5 points in Jesus' side. We've got some Whoa, $2. All right, these world silver coins are silly. This one is going to be a British shilling. I think we're a little back melt, at least to me. But Queen Victoria, first portrait. And let's see. Oh, we do have some. Those are kind of fun, and I can let them go in basically $1 start, which would be a wire money from Russia. This is from the 1500s, and we have the horse moving along with the Cyrillic Russian lettering on the reverse. Over 400 years old at this stage, and a nice Russian type, anonymous 0. Anonymous, are you looking for the nice British Indian stuff? Because we do have a lot of British India. We've sold a lot of it today. But we have a good, fair chunk of it. Let's see. There we have another bell ringer prancing along. No bids. William and Victoria. I don't think I have quite. I have a lot of like nice British India, in general Indian types from more like King George. But maybe there's a little Victoria. I think I sold a lot of the Victoria stuff actually. Here I have some crowns. I could show you that, and I have interesting like Baglana Mahmudi. These are from Jersey, which is a Channel Island, 900th anniversary, 5 shilling type. You're looking for the tiger tongue? We got them. We have smaller ones are like 29. Then we have one large one that we would start at 42. So just keep me updated. Nice flashy 5 shilling type, but yeah, we can definitely run some, or they're just kind of fun to have in the back there. Looking for the large one, sounds good. That one will go to Glaupau. Let's snag this one, and we'll see what the competition looks like. But very nice Laotian lat. These would have, again, proto money. Not every civilization would have struck coins like ours. And so they would have often transacted in what looks like boats almost. Nice win, great solidus in the profile pick as always. And then while people are around, this one almost looks like it might have a little higher silver percentage, like which is still going to be very low, but is not as well formed. And no worries, Joey. I think I could hang on to that one if you don't want it. I'm seeing your payment is not going through. Very nice Tamlung boat. And says that did go through, so congrats. What other items might we have? All good. This is a restrike spade token imitating a guinea, a play token of retroactive strike of King George III, probably sometime in the early 1900s. Almost like a spiel mark, like more modern look. Gabe Dahl will win that one. I have a couple of these kind of British token types. We'll start them for 3 15 seconds. There's those. No, these are not gold. Gabe is going to sneak that one. They would have been struck in the imitation. Be funny if they were, but I'd be losing a lot of money, as you can imagine there. They are international series games. Play with, they're designed in the same way that those coins would have been struck a long time ago, but much thinner. And that one will go to R&R. Again, a lot of very inexpensive items. We also have a lot of pricey stuff, but right now it seems like we are moving along with some of the, lower dollar. These are a little nicer. These are in memory of the good days. We'll go full 20 seconds. These ones probably bid up a little bit better. I'd say slightly nicer eye appeal. And the dated is wrong. It's dated to 1797 in this example. King George III. Oh, nice one for Gabe. And then, let's see, this one is going to be -08. $17.97, the old times. Last but not least. Oh, we have a Napoleon, like the Napoleon, not Napoleon III. It's real low grade, but figure we could offer that as well. It's going to be a half franc. No sudden death. And what if there are a good number of Roman Republican types. Yeah, this is a Napoleon, Emperor Napoleon half franc from 1807 to 1814. Predict that this one would have some room to move up. And then I'm trying to think of other. That one was inexpensive. I don't think so. Don't think we've got that, unfortunately. We can run a nice 82 BC Crapusius denarius with a nice charging horse along the back. 82 BC. So again, classic Roman Republican silver in a time where there's a lot of unrest throughout. We have two of these French jetons left. This is Chambre des Notaires. $49 start. Struck between 1845 and 1860. Allier. Nice octagonal style. And we're going to get a bunch more jetons for tomorrow as well. So I'm looking forward to that. But for now, it's just this one and then one other. Here's the Chambre des Avoués. And this one is going to be 20 seconds. I think this one could really bid up. It's very nice looking. Loi Française, just great octagonal look. Versailles on the back. Quod non lex pudor vetat. All right, and then that one, nice 52, I think is a good place to be on it. We've got this one for a $10 start, a Tenpo Tsuho Tokugawa. These massively inflated Japan's currency when they hit. Oh, this one's actually particularly nice shape too. There's very little discoloration, which is very common on these. So nice for Zaid so far. We also have some interesting bronze jetons that I think would be worth offering. Biblio Nerd will win that. I think there's one more of the Tenpo Tsuho in today's sale. And then we'll run. We have a couple of other. We do have some other Japanese, like some 1900s, and then I think a couple of maybe older, like. Oh, and some duets even. No, there's actually a good chunk of interesting Japanese. 4-mon and 1-mon. Paperboy in the lead here. The Blue Nerd, and that one will be the last for today. So let's do some of the jetons, and we'll do Japanese, or we could do maybe even 2 Japanese coins, then some jetons. Then maybe didn't upload that one. Let's see. Didn't upload any of those. It's okay. Oh, you know what? No, we did. It's just my error. They're a little bit older inventory. And why don't we dollar start this one just for fun? This one is going to be a 1-mon Tokugawa Shogunate. And we have a couple different varieties as well that could be fun to offer. Nice one for Mongo. Let's see, this one right here is cool because it's got no mint mark, so the last one was Edo mint mark. Sounds good, Holex. That should be a 32 start. Does that work? That's Leopold the First, 34, I think that would have to be. It's a nice looking coin. Feniba in the lead, very long commute. J Dizzle. Ultimately, we'll go to J Dizzle. And then, what did I say? Well, why don't we jump in with this, and then we'll do the jetons, because jetons was more my thought. No sudden death. Colex collections. We have a mix of pretty solid Belgian types. While we're there, we could try running, we have some of the Leopold ones. Very nice condition. Slightly later date, but obviously over 150 years old at this point. Crown size silver. Brianna going to be the first bidder. Nice win. Brianna, are you interested in more of the 5 francs? I have a couple of them, not tons. I was planning on shifting over though to that one's an interesting 1643 copper jeton. Louis the 14th, Ludovico Justo Parmonti Optima Merito. And it's him as a child, because I guess he would have been born in 1643, or he started reigning in 1643. So that's actually very interesting, kind of like timely start for, that's an interesting time in which that jeton would have been made. This one is our one more expensive, but very nice looking Spanish or just Netherlands jeton dated to 1652. Spain's help against Mazarin. Really interesting. That one will go to Sorcerer Stand. Congrats. Then we have some other interesting ones that are kind of undefined. We'll go Sudden Death, but this one's 1778, so kind of 4th of July themed, off by 2 years. El Gruperti Respondent Intima Quanto talks, has some references to justice. I'm not sure exactly what it would have been referring to. Oh, we do have some medieval jetons too, which we have not had in a while. Congrats to Sorcerer Stand there. We've got, yeah, this medieval one right here. $19 start. Has very good detail for its age. Has held up pretty well. It's always tough to read those, but it says something about VERITGRT. I can't quite discern what the sides end up reading to. And then right here, nice classic jeton of Louis the 14th. And there's also like a papal type. There's an X on the top, but also pretty nice. Thank you, Long-Legged. Yeah, we got some. I really like our selection this time. And then we're going to hit some of the Japanese coins that we had put together. Very fun. That one will go to Smallwood. Congrats. Then right here, we have a 1650 Papal States Religious Jeton. No sudden death. I really am not sure what this coin is. It's low grade, but it's kind of significant. Wow, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate it, Ruger. Gotta make sure I get you some good deals. Oh, and maybe we'll do some. Well, we could try some more dollar start stuff. Some dollar start, maybe Japanese types. No tax on it. That's that's funny. I hadn't thought about that. When does that come into effect? I don't want to get too political in terms of discussing if it's good or bad, but do you know when the? Yeah, I know it's a lot of like extensions, but is it effective immediately? Again, 72% silver, double phoenix. Currently at $2. I think we got some good room to jump. And whole X will snag it for 7. Nice. Glubre. Thank you guys. Too kind. Let's do it. I got this one ready to go. 1916 Japanese sen. I'm gonna make it a $4 start. And Brianna, let me find that coin so that we can try it. WX0441. Ooh, it's nice. I'll have to. Tina, nice win. I'm gonna just shift around where we've stored. Some of the other items. I would say, Alex, maybe aim. I might try to go for another 50 minutes to get us to like 5 hours.
Sure. Do you want me to start like sorting them, or?
Yeah, I think that would make sense to me. But I would also like flip everything up and then get me like the print sheet, and then I can print that out while we're running a sale. It'll probably make everything go a little bit faster in a good way. All right, let's see which. This one would have been WX04-41. This one's okay, a little more expensive. It's like a nice coin, but probably like a 79 start. Oh, well, it's already said it's a 79 start, so shows that I'm pricing it well. Very nice, 1684, 15 cruisers. This one could certainly bid higher. Beautiful, and it's not a type that I get in a bunch. Austrian States type. It's awesome. Fantastic. Max Gandalf von Könberg. Really beautiful. German, Austrian, really silver, but at that stage, I would say Germany had a pretty wide-ranging reach. We've got a nice 1872 full shilling here. Sudden death can be in play, but earlier, 92.5% silver. Victoria de Gratia Britanniarum. We also could try, I think we have still a couple of the interesting dollar start kind of Danish types. Oh, wow, $5, that's good. I'm really giving a lot of below silver pricing here. I see more than silver for it. Here we have an 1815 4 skilling Riggs Bank token. Lower grade, but still 1815. Danish type, Frederick the Sixth. No bids. Let's see. What else could we find here? 1813. This one looks like it's in a little bit better shape. But let me know also, because there's still a lot of coins. I would hope some of it's interesting. 1813, pretty good looking. Frederickus the Sixth. Nice one for overtime. This one looks good. 64. Do a dollar start. That's a real nice chocolatey coin. Christianus the Eighth. Overtime. We'll win it. 1771 half skilling. Or 1770s, but I think 1771 is right. That one's a little nicer. Christian the Seventh, I like the monogram, but really clear there. 1770s, good July 4th. Buck and go. This one is going to be, the edges have been banged in a little bit, but nice Riggs Bank skilling from 1818. Riggs Bank dollar on the back there. Kind of interesting. Go to Jeffrey Allen. And, people are now getting a lot of free shipping. This one's nice. Still same dollar start, but a high eye appeal, larger planchet, 2 Riggs Bank skilling from 1818. Nice 1/48 of a Riggs Bank dollar on the other side of it. Loud and clear. We'll see where this one heads up to. $4, I guess. And 2 more from the 1770s. Oh, we do have some fun Shipwreck stuff. Nice for 141. Last but not least here. What other items could be fun to snag, quickly offer? Let's see. Here's one. I guess this is also Danish, but it's different. It's an 1813 1 Riggs Bank skilling in decent shape. Not that good shape, but it's all right. Jeff Allen waiting. Dang, getting some good buys there. Where else could we look to? Here's a 1746. Pretty appealing 1/48 taller. This is probably like a 29 start, no sudden death. Kingdom of Prussia, but really nice shape. 4800 Reichstada. And good looking crown and crest monogram. And then, you know, the whole thing of the US, we haven't really done anywhere near, you know, I think that there were some different kind of pre-bids. Oh, well, we also have all these nice Netherlands East India Company types. Here's a Zealand mint, $25 start, dating back a little over 250 years. Half cents? Sure. I think I have one of them. But no excuse not to run it, right? Okay, well, we have a trime there. Where is the half cents? $11.07. It's probably like an 89 start. All the other ones in the past bid up. Some bid up like past, you know, $150. This one's pretty nice. We'll do a full 30-second countdown. 1835, beautiful Liberty. Half cent, Smallwood Johnson. It's going to start. WX 1107. I think, yeah, that's the one we got. There's some nice kind of pre-war era Civil War, or like pre-Civil War half dimes. But yeah, beautiful half cent in front of us. I think this one's 13. But I'll be on the lookout for more nice half cents like that. Congrats to Gabe. These are like these are with arrows. We do need a little bit, you know, not like a huge amount on them, but we've sold plenty in the past in the high 30s and bidding up. A nice half dime from 1853. Raid, we've got Argentus coin. Thank you, Argentus coin, for the raid. Everybody, make sure you're going and following Argentus. Really appreciate the support and everything. And wishing you guys a super happy 4th of July. We have basically been doing Ancients and World all day. And now I realize that I do have a row of nice US coins that we got flipped up. So trying to take tackle some of those. Here's some half dimes from 1853. Seated Liberty halves. Thank you, Argentus. Appreciate it. You guys as well. What are some other? I'm curious what the other dates are. 53 again. 54. That one's pretty nice. 53. This one's 54. Beautiful with arrows. Rims are great. I really like these coins. It's this whole group, almost no problems. And we have 2-cent coins. We've got some seated. I think we have some of the seated dimes. 56, 13. Oh, we do have some like Mongol coins, which could be fun. Yeah, these are like $18 starts. Today. Toned. I don't have so much in the toned section, I wouldn't say. We have some like a little bit of like crazy Shipwreck toning, but that's probably the extent. And these next ones, I'm not going to raise the start prices, but I think well, I guess I'll raise it to $1 because that's where it was last time. I feel like that one, a little rim hit, but the coin itself is quite nice relative. Nice one for very long. And then last but not least, last of our seeded, it is our last seeded dime here in 1890. Switches to the barber in 1892. Also nice looking. We have a couple error coins, error quarters, error dimes that are like blank planchet. Looks like we did bring a waffle. Maybe I'll run that. The waffle coin. Haven't indexed too much on the El Taz stuff. These in the past have bid up nicely. Waffle, it's been destroyed at the mint. It was a mint error or some kind of issue with the planchet, and they destroy the planchets by putting them into a waffling machine. Think this one through. What do we have ready to go? Let's run some, try some dollar start do-its. The crown coin, yeah, sure. That'll be, why not next? Dollar start, 20 seconds, sun death, 1739. I think this one is pretty nice. It's got great detail, some fun stable green incrustation. Nightly AG. I think at $4, tough to do better than that. Nice win. Norman Conquest has a little bit of like nice faint blue toning. Bailey Wicked jersey. We've also sold down a bunch of our crowns. We do have a couple of leftovers. Like, let's see, 52 start here on 1889. This is like the silver crown if you're looking for one. Great looking rims on both sides. Has the Jubilee head and the famous, good detail in the crest, trampling the dragon below. So our first of our remaining ones is going to go quickly. We've also got, let's do this one for $52, I guess, 1891. Full clean, but it's the devices are there. And, a lot of people want the different dates. And just a nice coin. And then last but not least, we will be running this one, which has a couple of more. I wouldn't say that's better. It's just a little different looking. Couple of hits in the rim, but our last one of these for today. And a nice kind of circulated patina. And we can save it for next show. We have a couple of Ecuadorian people who are interested in South American. 0111. Let's run this with a $7 start. $0.50. All of these were minted in the United States, which is kind of interesting. And so they display that Philadelphia Fila mint mark. There's also Looks like we have a Sucre as well. From 1928. And then, yeah, we've got about 35-ish minutes left. I'm trying to think. This is nice. Well, that's a error, which we could run Aerodime. I was thinking we could offer a couple of the 3-cent nickels, which are like $22 starts, but pretty nice looking, I would say. We also have the 2 Iowa cents. Yeah, $22 start. Earlier, 1866 3-cent nickel. AL Sweet Home going to start on it in the lead. Nice win. Let's see. And we'll do a couple different dates. This one, though, is also 1866. Very nice condition. Dropped it, but really, good type quality coins here. Mm. 2-cent pieces have been staying around a little bit longer. 10.09. These were bought for 21, so you'd start these for 25. Nice chocolatey brown 2-cent coins. Couple little hits on the rim there, but very clear type. What else could we snag? Oh, here's an Edward. Edward is often maybe a little more sought after. Do him for a $1 start, 20 seconds, sudden death, shilling, King Edward the 7th. Nice win for Jesse K. Let's see, we've also got 49,295. Why don't we do them for a $7 start? Very nice mix of silver, 1938. A couple of those, at least one 1940. Crunching through a lot of the world silver here. Smallwood Johnson. We'll do this one for a $1 start as well. 1900 Burn Mint Swiss Silver. It's pretty interesting. Oh, sweet. We even have some Southern Rhodesia left. That one will go to James Diamond. Let's see. Right here. These are interesting. This is like modern day Zimbabwe, but while it was under the control of the Brits. I'll do this one for a $1 start. It has interesting, spears on the reverse of it in 1935 Southern Rhodesia. Just not a common type that you're going to see too frequently, really anywhere. Full sterling silver. And a more interesting type, I would say, would be surprised if it didn't, bid a little bit up as it, popped at the end there. $7. I like to protect things. Maybe we'll stick with 6 on this one. But very interesting type. Congrats, James Diamond. Next up, we have a half mark from 1906. Leading up to World War.
Want me to sort some more of them?
Sure. Do you want to take the graded ones and pull the ones? I think Tiffany had bought a fair number of them.
Okay, these ones right here.
Yeah. Should be pretty quick. We can just pull the ones for that order. And then right here we have 140. Another very nice. This one's 1906, and we're going to give it full 20 seconds. No, I don't. 141. We do it all ahead of time. We find that one that works the best. But yeah, nice, slightly better. King Edward shilling. We'll go to overtime. Then we have a fun. This is a Mozambique from over 70, over 60 years ago with some toning. A little bit of faint toning there. Portuguese Mozambique. Oh yeah, you can see the fiery reds on what's now worn down, but Portugal colonial power in Africa. Yeah, modern day Mozambique. Currently real cheap. Fugio Sense in the future would be something I'd be excited about getting. I don't know. I don't really know where to find Fugio Sense, to be quite honest with you. We have some beautiful Danish krone, actually. Let's run these with like a probably 12 start. These are 1915, but like really nice quality. Some things on the, a couple hits on the edges there, but interesting. Nice detail for sure. And then we've also got this one. That's cool. This one is like in nice shape. I could see this one really, if it was going to be, there was one that bit up, nice AU, still has nice luster on there. We also have some older ones that are a little more challenged, probably. Imbroglio, gonna jump in. Then we do also have a decent access. These might be more like a 9 start to, 1 krone, 1875, 56 Flying Eagle. That would be pretty unreal, but that's not really this kind of thing that I sell too frequently. So for nightly, let's see. Right here we've got a 1 krone. And there's one of the 2 kroner ones, but tough to find. It's always nice to get in decent looking 1800 silver. Central Michigan, yeah, we got plenty of crowns. A lot of those are going to be French or Belgian. We sold. There's maybe 1 UK crown still left. We've sold all the other at 52 or higher. But I would say that these are pretty nice looking. Let me know what you're interested in. We'll start these at 32. Could see them going higher. This one has great circulating patina. UK crown, okay. Well, I wouldn't be shocked if somebody else picks this one up, but yeah, I was able to find 1 more of those crowns. I had an issue where all the start prices are way off. It's not a $72 start. Here's our crown. There's a couple hits on the rim. Just want to call those out, and maybe as a result, we'll drop it to a $50 start. Yeah, a couple hits on the rim there, a couple scratches, but also quite pleasing, I think. Like Cirque patina look. And so sudden death here. We'll see if somebody steps in and takes it away. We'll keep it for tomorrow. Yeah, let me know if there's any closing. You might have Alex run through a couple of these. Alex, do you want to come over and do a couple, like, emphasis on the fast start?
For which ones to do it? Or?
Yeah, could do a couple duets. Could do a couple some of the world silver, those types of items. Currently $5 for a nice 1786 do it, and we'll have. I'll be back at the end and maybe run a couple of coins, but I would say run. Let's do a little preview for what Alex will run. We have France, New Zealand, Netherlands. Oh, nice little mix of Netherlands, some British stuff. And so it should be pretty straightforward because they're all, you can do 20 seconds, $1, and they're all in order there. And I would say as much as you can, start the next one. Yeah, start sudden death. Okay. Can keep selling through and see what we can put together.
Yeah, so let's do a bunch of $1 starts real quick. I can't find that one. Oh, it's WX. $1. Oh, it's too low. Sorry. $1 sudden death, 20 seconds. 1952 Portuguese Mozambique. Which is a pretty cool colonial country in Africa. And wow, $5.
Yeah, I always I would challenge yourself to see how quick you can. Let's get the next.
Yeah, there was a Portuguese soccer player who died like yesterday, who was pretty famous.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
Diogo Jota. And yeah. Here's the next one. Portuguese, Mozambique, Colonial, Africa, silver. And Smallwood in the lead. Congrats on the win. Try it again. Next up, we have 1914 Great Britain sterling silver with King George V shilling for $2. Wow.
Nice work.
$5 now. And congrats. Ogre time. Next up, we have another shilling from 1922. Dollar start. It's not running. Not $56. It's too much. 1922, Great Britain. This one's 50% silver, but it's also King George V. And it's at $1 right now. And imbroglio, congrats. Next up, we have another shilling. This one's 1925. And buck and go, $1. Great Britain, 50% silver, 1925. This one's slightly better condition than the last one. Full date, almost a full rim. It's a pretty nice coin, in my opinion. And congrats on the win. Now we have a Netherlands coin from 1956.
There's like $6 of silver on that one, so we'll see how they do.
Yeah, so dollar start, well below melt price. Silver's going up. One golden from the Netherlands from 1956. with Queen Juliana. At $5 below silver, and nice pickup. Here's another silver coin from the Netherlands, 72% silver, Queen Juliana, for $1. Melt value is like $5 or $6. Pretty sure it's about the size of a quarter. So $4 is under melt right now. And congrats, under melt. Let's keep running them.
Keep going as fast as we can.
Yeah, here's another one for $1 under melt. This one's got really good detail. Queen Juliana from 1956. So mid 1950s, silver coin from the Netherlands for under melt, small in the lead, and nice pickup. And buck and go, 1956, one golden from the Netherlands. It's under melt right now at $6. Queen Juliana, small in the lead. And nice pickup. Oh, not cheap. Here's a pretty cool country, New Zealand. It's a 3p coin from New Zealand, 1937. And it's 50% silver with King George VI. And Don Hill in the lead at $3. Smallwood takes it back, and congrats. Next up, we have a 1917 France 50 centimes for $1. It's 83.5% silver with the French design on the reverse. And you can clearly see the 1917 right there. Congrats, Smallwood. And
you can do the do-its if you want.
The do-its, sure. Next up, we have a do-it from the Netherlands East Indies from 1780. It's a pretty cool coin, 1780. This one's got a lot of good detail. A lot of these are like corroded and look kind of gross, but this one looks kind of nice. 1780, Netherlands East Indies do-it. This one should bid up quite a bit. The clear 1780 date, and congrats. Here's a slightly older do-it from 1755. Netherlands East Indies do-it, West Friesland Mint for $1. And you can see the Netherlands crown that's typically on a lot of these coins.
They're all different mints too, so there's like 5 different ones. I think it's like West Friesland. You can just put coins down when they're done. Oh, sorry. I'll start sorting these. And once it's like, what is it right now? 325.
And Buck, that one's not running. There we go. This one's 1745. Netherlands East Indies do it for $1. And this one's, wow, this one might be one of the better ones. A lot of these are corroded. And 1745, that's like over 260 years old. And it's got like a rooster or something on the top. Wow. Congrats. Next up, we have one from 1737. Let's keep running these duets. It's at $2, $3. J Dizzle in the lead. This one's an older day. These ones are harder to find. 1737. Jesse in the lead. Wow, look at that reverse. And congrats. 14. Here's another duet. This one's from the Zealand Mint. 1766. So they had like 5 different mints: West Friesland, Zealand, Utrecht. But these are pretty cool. 17. Congrats on the win. Nerd exchange. And let's go Buck and go. 1752. Do it from the Zealand Mint. And you can see the full rim there. 1752. Wow. With the lion and the Netherlands crest. And congrats on the win, Jesse. Are these ones sold, Christian? These ones like right here?
I don't think so. Let's see what would be. Let me pull some other. Are there any more like WX49? You think things are going? I think we've got all the duets probably sold. Maybe we can run some of the. What's this? Yeah, I mean, these are like a little bit nicer.
Okay.
But you can do dollar start. Honestly, maybe these are probably dollar starts. We can do. Sorry, these are dollar starts, and then after that, I would put everything at a $7 start, and I think it'll all bid up. And you can just run, yeah, like run these ones. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So we got some Australia 3 pence, sterling silver coins up next, and 1923, 1919, 1927. And should I take them out of the flips or just keep them in there?
Probably you can. Maybe for the $7 ones, you can take those ones out.
Okay. Buck and go. 1919 Australia, King George V, 3 pence, sterling silver, with a kangaroo and some sort of bird, maybe an ostrich. This one's the oldest state for $2. And Imbroglio snipes it. For $3. Nice pickup. Here's a 1927. This one's got some more detail on it. $3. Sterling silver, 92.5%. Don Hill in the lead at $3. And Don Hill, nice pickup. Next up, we have a 1923 3 pence silver from Australia. And buck and goat, 1923. There's some damage on the rim right there. I don't know if you can see it, but it's got really decent detail for $3. 1923 Australia, King George V, 3-pence silver. Congrats. And oh, here's a coin from Panama. It's yeah, quarter Balboa. Do they make these in the U.S. or do they make them in Panama, Christian?
I'm pretty positive they're mostly U.S. made, but I could be wrong. You might know better than I do.
So this one's gonna be a $7 start. Sudden death. 1953 Panama quarter Balboa, 90% silver. It's definitely bigger than a dime, probably close to the size of a quarter. Quarter Balboa. Oh yeah, quarter Balboa. From 1953. And congrats, Smaller. Next up, we have oh, this is a florin. This is a Christian. What should I start the florins at?
Australian?
Yeah, Australian.
Well, why not try it $1 start?
Okay. So let me just check the melt value on this one.
This one's like 13, 14 years ago, I thought.
It's the earlier date, 1926. So it's a buck and go. Well below melt value. 1926 Australia, florin, 2 shillings. With King George V. With the classic Australian design with the kangaroo and the bird. Smallwood in the lead, and congrats. Here's a 1914 1 shilling coin from Australia. Sterling silver, 92.5% with King George V. He's on a lot of these British coins. 1 shilling. It's got a full rim. Congrats.
What did it go for?
$6. Here's a 1914 sterling silver. This one's kind of worn though, but it is 1914. King George V. It's at $1 under melt, and it might just go for $1. Wow. Wow, $3. Nice pickup. It was a pretty worn shilling. That was a nice pickup under melt. So people are getting some pretty good deals right here. Let's start at $5.
I think we were saying, didn't we say 7 for all the like lot, like the one lot, like those types? Or
yeah. 1916 Australia, King George V, under melt right now at $5 with no bids. 1916, this should bid up quite a bit, or not super much. Wow, $6.
Good stuff.
Yeah. This one's a nicer one, so I'm going to start this one a little higher, 1917. Let's do a $7 start for this one. 1 shilling from Australia, earlier date, 1917. King George V, shilling. sterling silver 92.5%. And congrats, Smallwood. $9. Wow, this one's 1925. And let's start at $7. This one should bid up. This one's got better detail. It's a solid looking 1 shilling coin from Australia at $7 with King George V.
I like your pacing. You're doing well, Alex.
Thanks, Christian.
I'm much more concerned with just offering, because it's good if people get good deals, so I want to
Yeah.
keep hanging out at Treasure Town if they're getting a bunch below what we might choose it to be. But also things can add up if we're, if you average, if you go -1, -3, but then a +7,
Yeah.
you're back to even, and we can run it quickly.
I can't find the SKU for this one. WX49 dash. Oh, it's dash. So next up we have 4 silver coins. Let's do a $7 start. And it looks like we have the Netherlands. These are all from the late 1800s. But it looks like we have Belgium with that's France, King Napoleon III. 2 French coins. And congrats, Smallwood. Nice pickup. Here's a lot of 4 50 centimes from King Napoleon III. Not the Napoleon, but basically under melt value for all 4. Or around melt. Congrats, Nerd Exchange. Next up, we have a coin from Switzerland. $8 start from 1921. So earlier date, right after World War II. 1921 Switzerland franc, 83.5% silver. Yeah, Ogre. I think Napoleon III was the famous Napoleon's. I think you're right on that. Maybe $8 was too much. Let's try 5. 1 franc coin, 1921. And Jeffrey Allen in the lead. Wow, this might go cheap. 1921, 1 franc coin. Nice pickup, $6. Let's try some different countries. What should I start the 2 francs at?
13.
Okay. So here's a 2 franc coin from Switzerland, 1905, for $13. Jeffrey Allen in the lead. And these have been pretty popular in the past. And nice pickup for $13. Oh, here's a 2 franc coin from Belgium. Let's do 13 again, Christian.
Yeah. I think we paid like 11.50 or 12 for them, so it's right around that break-even spot.
Okay, here's a 2 franc coin from Belgium, 1909, with King Leopold II. This one's a nice coin. I should probably put this in my own collection. I don't have one of these yet. 2 franc coin from Belgium, 83.5% silver. Wow, nice pickup. $13. Let's do an older Belgium coin from 1886 with King Leopold II with the clear date at the bottom. 1886 Belgium franc, 83.5% silver. And for $7. And wow, nice pickup, Jeffrey. Oh, what is this? This one should bid up quite a bit. It's an 1866 1 lira coin from the Papal States, Pope Pius IX lira. Where should I start the Papal States coin? Christian?
Sorry?
Where should I start the Papal States lira? Dollar? Okay, well, Christian said buck and go this one, so sudden death or no sudden death? Well, let's take off sudden death for this one. Buck and go. 1866 1 lira. This one should bid up quite a bit. It's hard to find coins with this much detail from 1866. 1 lira coin from the Papal States with Pope Pius IX. Smallwood in the lead. 1866 1 lira. And congrats, Smallwood. Nice pickup. That was a good, pretty nice coin. What else do we have here? Oh, here's a coin from Spain. $8 start.
Sure.
1900 Spain, King Alfonso VIII. Peseta. 83.5% silver.
It's like a really young kid when he started.
Yeah, it looks like a kid on the coin. And no interest.
I can jump in and close this out here.
Yeah.
Thanks for swinging by. If you are all the prints ready to go?
They're in the print sheet.
Awesome. Well, how about these? I've left out 73, 49, and 56. So you might be able to inventory those, toss them in, and then we can probably just get to packing.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
No, I can. And they're over there. All right. Well, we'll close things out here. I'm not sure. We can take a quick look at all that we've got. I think there's a good amount of stuff. Any raw ancient Roman? Sure. Let me see what I have in terms of. I do think that I have some. So why don't we try? I'll say yes, and then I'm going to run a couple, and then probably call it. We'll maybe do a couple shipwreck, recap some of the higher end stuff. We'll do a dollar start. Nice Gallienus. Oh, this one's really a nice Gallienus coin. With Sol Invictus on the back with that PXV mint mark. Fair amount of chipping. You can see some of the silvering slowly coming away. Looking at the Philippus and Galerius. Okay, sounds good. Wow, very nice win for Nerd Exchange. Sets it SETI. Let's run that as well. These I think, that one's pretty worn. I was going to say that should be a 14 start. We'll try it at $9. Has a pretty good Salus view, and then clear detail on this side. You're looking at raw ancient Roman, colonial Portuguese, silver soda. We sold all those. Michigan, we a lot of those are gone, but let's try 0614 or 2605 14. It's our last of the Carlino ones. 29, I think, is a nice spot to be. Would not go any lower. We'll go with No Sudden Death. You can see the Pope and his like cross or scepter. Fantastic reverse on this one. It looks like Alf X, so maybe it's like Alfonso the 10th. I'm not sure if that's someone, but it kind of feels like it would be. And then let's look Philip. The Arab, there's some nice ones. Yeah, from this group over here. This one's probably even a little higher, probably like a 59 start. It's just a beautiful Anona. Fantastic Philip the Arab. Then I think we have one that's, fine to be a little lower, maybe like a 49 start, but really, that other one's probably like a 59, a 54 at least. Nice one for Nerd Exchange. Congrats. Right here, this one's probably gonna. It's a Fides type. Fides Exercit. Beautiful Philip Silver. Let's see. Patina Liquor is in on that one. Congrats. And then what do we have to round out the show? I know there was some talk around the crowns. Well, I'll get in a bunch of ancient stuff, for tomorrow. I'm going to work hard tonight. No days off on my end. Let's get this one offered just to make sure. Nice Queen Victoria crown, a couple of rim hits, but a very pleasing world silver coin. And then I'm trying to think of any kind of concluding ones that we might not have offered that I want to highlight. One that comes to mind, these were found in a French field in, I think, 1981. $54 start, 1726 half écu. B mint mark. These are like a jeton, except you actually could have spent it, and it's a bit thicker. So it goes all the way back to 1726. King Louis the 15th, King of France and Navarre, the Spanish-French province. Very nice coin, but isn't going. And let's see. I have not offered any of this type, which I've sold about 40 of them so far. All the ones on Whatnot have been started at 55. Nicer, rare type French India, so it's Colonial India. Just beautiful. From what's called Arcot. Has fantastic script, so we didn't have any of the Portuguese colonial anymore because we sold them all. But this one is, French had a smaller presence than the British did in India, but certainly notable. And with that, let's see. There's a couple. We have a couple nice Latvian LMU. People forget that Latvia would be kind of in the LMU category. Probably like a $10 start. Beautiful silver coin. I guess just really well struck. Latvias Republika. That's going to be very near sort of, I guess, Russia, really, right? Like, quite interesting. And let's see if there's any other kind of in-closing items that I'd particularly like to offer. We haven't offered any of we have some nice, speaking of Russia, some of the larger silver types, and a lot of these are in pretty nice condition or eye appeal. Even if worn, they're like nicely worn. This one's Tsarist Russia, a 50 kopeck coin from the 1800s. 1899 is going to be the specific date on that one. We have a couple different dates there of Nicholas II, kind of last hurrah before the Bolshevik Revolution. And so can bring them back tomorrow. And then maybe we'll also try, really didn't emphasize it today, this is a earlier type El Cazador half real. Let's see, these are all going to be $54 starts, and shipwreck coins, Spanish colonial. They're definitely interesting. We have a couple different types. We have some more ambiguous. We've got some nice ones that show kind of the globe and pillars type on the reverse, which is quite nice. Here's one of the globe and pillars, but ultimately may also allow people to go enjoy their July 4th Independence Day. Again, beautiful sunken 1783 or 4. Mexico City Mint, this would be a half real. And yeah, hope everybody has a fantastic day. I'm trying to think if there's any other ones. I haven't shown this one, a Vliegend Heart example, but it's been really fun to spend time with you all, of course. And this is a different one. I think I have like 7 or 8 in inventory. Very nice shipwreck style. It's crazy because on this is not what you're bidding on, but that one is a Vliegen Heart biscuit that has not been fully cleaned yet, and so you don't know what's inside. Could be something beautiful, could be something more challenged. So I think we'll try the biscuit. We do have a COA separate from this as well, and we've sold a biscuit in the past. Kind of magical. True shipwreck treasure. And I doubt that there could be 2 coins on the inside. I think it's just one heavily encrusted coin from the bottom of the sea. It's crazy the stories that coins can tell. Really enjoyed today's auction. I'm probably gonna, close this one out. We've got a couple in closing that we could consider running. I think I actually might have sold that one. Sold that one for 400 earlier. This one is going to be a Marestein Shipwreck at 499, 1651. Marestein sank in great lines on either end of the crest. Let's see, when did the Marestein? And I don't think there's any comparable examples on the market close to that range. This one is going to be 429 start. The golden medal, it's not physical gold, but I have some really nice medals that I haven't fully focused on. I think it's like some kind of a wedding jeton conception. I think sinks in like 1641, I want to say. Oh, does that say 1630 clear as day on the side there? If so, that's really cool. Had not noticed that. This would be, I think it's some kind of like 50th wedding anniversary, but also is kind of at a sad point in French history, a 50th anniversary of something, but it's got a beautiful scene on it. Would have been dated back yet to 1945, World War II French history. Very nice medal. And I always like to go out with a sale, so let's see what might be a good item to end on. Why don't we try, this is a very classic French type. 1895. Yeah, absolutely. Hope everybody has a great 4th. We'll be inventorying a bunch more so that we can run a big show tomorrow as well. Make sure to come back and join us for it. It'll probably be something like 1 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, some kind of 4-hour-ish show. But we'll be reloading a lot of popular types. If you have any specific requests, we'll be getting those too. And there's a bunch of new stuff that we don't have. Great win there for Green Table Collectibles. I think that was certainly a good outcome at $6, and we will see you in some of our future sales. Have a great evening, and happy 4th.